Chapter 47:15. Of course, it also depended on what he used to bribe them. If Ling Xiao used the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns to bribe them, he believed that he could win over anyone. However, that would be too much of an investment, and it would be meaningless. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem to invest in some 3 or 4 dragon patterns emperor weapons. After all, no one would foolishly compete fairly in this competition. This world wasn't that simple. At least in the first round of the examination, bribing people was definitely the key. After returning to the Fire King Palace, Ling Xiao went to look for Yin Lihua again. It could be considered an unexpected gain. When he killed Lin Hong, he found the antidote to the goo worm in Lin Hong's storage ring. This could be said to be a blessing in disguise. After he gave the antidote to Yin Lihua, after a tense period of time, he found that the goo worm had been expelled by the antidote, and Yin Lihua's soul was not damaged at all. This made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens! The Fire King beside him was also filled with emotions. This little girl was too pitiful. She had lost her parents since she was young and was adopted by Peony. If she died because of the goo worm, then the heavens were really blind. Fortunately, everything was on the right track. Plop! Yin Lihua directly knelt down to Ling Xiao. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Lihua is unable to repay you. Don't talk about repaying me. Quickly get up, it's just a small matter. Ling Xiao hurriedly helped Yin Lihua up. Then he looked at the Fire King and said, This little girl's aptitude is actually not bad, but she has never practiced martial arts. That's why she is so easy to bully. Why don't you take her as your disciple? It can be considered as protecting her for me. Why don't you look for the Flower King? The Fire King smiled. We're both women, it's more convenient. That's right. Then I'll have to trouble you to bring Lihua to the Flower King. Take it that I owe the Flower King a favor. Ling Xiao still had to deal with the Golden Sovereign examination. It would begin in less than 7 days. He had too many things to do. No problem. Leave it to this old man. Luo, she is a kind-hearted woman, just a little wishy-washy. She knows what happened to Yin Lihua, and she will definitely treat the little lass well. With that, the Flame Emperor left with Yin Lihua. What Ling Xiao needed to do next was to win the hearts of the people. He believed that the others had already begun to act. But no matter what, they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's magic treasures. Even though Ling Xiao had left a lot of magic treasures in the 3,000 holy cities, he still possessed an unimaginable amount of wealth. You're not familiar with the situation. Let me go with you. Let's start with the neutral martial artists. The White Silver Dragon, who had already recovered from his injuries, actually managed to break through to the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm after consuming the heaven and earth treasure that Ling Xiao gave him. According to the rules of the City of Gold, any martial artist who broke through to the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon before the age of 100 would be given the title of King. The White Silver Zilong was now the Spear King. The reason why he suggested looking for the neutral martial artists first was because the neutral martial artists had 10 votes. That was quite a lot. The 2 of them weren't that naive. In this day and age, persuasion and reasoning were useless. The only useful things were treasures, spirit stones, and heaven and earth treasures. If Ling Xiao wanted to invest, the first thing he had to offer would definitely be pills. He could refine pills himself, but magic treasures couldn't. Therefore, it would be best if he could bribe them with pills and spirit stones. His reputation among the neutral martial artists was still very high. Many people didn't have a good impression of the punishment hall's tyranny. Now that there was an opportunity, these people naturally had to grab it. The 10 neutral martial artists' representatives had already been chosen. They ranged from the half-step Divine Body Realm to the 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. Their ages were also uneven. According to the Flame Emperor, this was for fairness. They couldn't have no right to speak just because they were weak. I smell the stench of punishment hall in the air. When they arrived at the first neutral representative's residence, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Could it be that Punishment Hall beat us to it?" White Silver Dragon frowned. "They're quite fast, but speed doesn't mean it's useful." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Let's go in." "Greetings, the Arch Spear King." The first person Ling Xiao found was a half-step divine body realm martial artist. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. When Ling Xiao and White Silver Dragon saw him, he was obviously in a daze and somewhat fearful. "The Punishment Hall people came, right?" Ling Xiao raised his hand and propped up a soundproof wall. "Speak boldly. They can't hear you anyway." The martial artist named Zhang Tong sighed and said, "I still admire you, the Arch. You dare to shake Punishment Hall's rule, but I really can't support you. Did they threaten you?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "The Arch, I'm a man with a family. I don't dare to offend Punishment Hall. They came and told me that if I don't support them, I'll have to bear the consequences." Zhang Tong smiled bitterly. "They're really despicable and shameless." Ling Xiao said coldly, "I thought they would buy people's hearts. Who knew that they weren't even willing to give me any benefits and actually threaten me directly? I'm just a half-step divine body realm martial artist." "Of course, they won't give me anything." Zhang Tong smiled bitterly and said, "However, I'm not sure about those divine body realm martial artists. They might give me some benefits. How about this? You can move to the Fire King Palace temporarily. After I become the Gold Sovereign, you can move to my Sovereign Palace to stay. I'll set up formations in both places. It's useless for them to do anything to you. Moreover, once I become the Gold Sovereign, I'll disband Punishment Hall." Ling Xiao suggested. Zhang Tong seemed to be still hesitating. Spear King sneered and said, "Do you think we're easy to bully because we're benevolent? I'll say it right here. If you dare to vote for Punishment Hall, I'll kill your whole family." "Shut up, Zilong," Ling Xiao shouted sternly. In fact, the two of them had already discussed it. One of them would play the good guy, while the other would play the bad guy. After all, everyone was afraid of the bad guys these days. Sometimes, no matter how many benefits you give, it's not as good as a threat. I promise you. As expected, Zhang Tong was scared stiff. The terrifying aura released by Spear King made him tremble with fear. "All right, since that's the case, we'll move after the first round of the Gold Sovereign test. Now we have to keep a low profile so that Punishment Hall won't get suspicious. This is a body tempering pill. It can help you break through to the divine body realm in the shortest time possible. Using both the carrot and the stick was the right way to go. After scaring the other party and giving them some benefits, the other party would naturally be more loyal to you than Punishment Hall." This was a pleasant surprise. Zhang Tong thanked him repeatedly. "Prince, I, Zhang Tong, swear to be loyal to you forever. Just like that, Ling Xiao visited 9 neutral representatives consecutively. The strongest one was actually at the 2nd level of the divine body realm. However, Punishment Hall didn't give him anything even with such strength. They only threatened him. They were really stingy. They didn't want to give him benefits, and even wanted him to work for them. How could there be such a good deal in this world? End of chapter. Chapter 47:16. Punishment Hall was used to being arrogant. They really treated others as their grandsons and themselves as their grandfathers. If they didn't give anything, Ling Xiao would. According to each person's cultivation base, Ling Xiao gave different degrees of benefits. These benefits were much better than what the others gave them. Punishment Hall didn't give them anything. The Thunder King didn't care about these neutral martial artists. He felt that as long as the Thunder King Palace's martial artists supported Raymond, there wouldn't be a problem. The Flower King thought highly of himself. He didn't even bother to bribe the Flower King Palace's martial artists. The Undying King couldn't give them any benefits. After all, he was too poor. Bailey Shuwu's idea was to first bribe all the representatives of the Fire King Palace. However, the benefits he offered were not enough. However, he didn't give them anything because they were too shabby. Other people looked down on neutral martial artists, but Ling Xiao valued them very much. These people might become the Sovereign King Palace's pillars in the future. 9 out of 10 neutral martial artists were taken care of. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that they would go back on their words. When he gave them benefits, he secretly used the heavenly demon eye. It was impossible for them to go back on their words. When it came to the 10th person, he ran into some trouble. The 10th person was at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. He was on par with the Undying King. He was an old man. Moreover, he was over 400 years old. To be honest, he didn't have many years left to live. People like him were the least afraid of threats. Therefore, Punishment Hall didn't threaten him. Instead, they gave him an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. It was already very good for an ordinary 3rd level divine physique echelon martial artist to have an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. Therefore, he had promised the Punishment Hall that he would support Huang Jinyu, a participant from the Punishment Hall. When Ling Xiao and Bai Yinzalong arrived, the old man didn't give them a good look. He even asked the guards to block them outside the door. "Go back and tell your master that I have a way to let him live for another 100 years. Ling Xiao had already studied this person. The old man's lifespan was less than 50 years. If he could get another 100 years of lifespan, there would be a lot of changes. He might be able to reincarnate again and increase his lifespan by 300 years. To this person, no treasure was more important than his lifespan. As for lifespan, it didn't mean much to Ling Xiao. His cultivation speed was too fast. Sure enough, when the guard conveyed the message to the stubborn old man, he immediately changed his mind. Old Stubborn ran out in person. "Is what the crown prince said true? Do you recognize this thing?" Ling Xiao didn't explain. He directly took out a life-prolonging pill. Stubborn old fogey's eyes lit up. "Give it to me, I'll vote for you." Ling Xiao put away the medicinal pills and said with a smile, "Old sir, business isn't done like this. How about this? As long as you vote for me, I'll give you this longevity pill." "How do I know you won't change your mind?" Old Stubborn was not a fool. Naturally, he would not be fooled so easily, although Ling Xiao had no intention of lying to him. "That's simple. I'll give you an emperor weapon that's even better than the one in Punishment Hall. You take it. This way, even if I change my mind in the end, you won't be at a disadvantage. If I don't change my mind, then you'll have profited greatly." Ling Xiao wasn't just buying people's hearts for this vote. He had to consider the long term. Although this old man was old, he was still very strong. If he could use it for himself, it would be of great use in the future battle with Punishment Hall or the battle with Lotus Flower. "That's a good idea. I agree." Old Stubborn pondered for a moment before agreeing. "However, you have to return the emperor weapon from Punishment Hall." This old man was quite reliable. If he didn't do anything, he wouldn't take other people's things. "Let's wait until after the examination to return the emperor weapon. If you return it now, they definitely won't let you off. After the examination, you should also move to Fire King Palace temporarily. When I become the Golden Sovereign, you will be a great contributor. The resources you will receive in the future will definitely be better than now." Not giving the horse grass to eat and still wanting it to run, that was too ridiculous. After bidding farewell to Old Stubborn, Ling Xiao returned to Fire King Palace and pretended to be dejected. When those people from Punishment Hall saw him, they secretly mocked and ridiculed him. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this at all. On the day of the examination, they wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. After returning to Fire King Palace, Ling Xiao visited those who didn't accept Bailey Shiwu's gift one by one. He also gave them his gift. His gift was definitely something they couldn't reject. He was already giving Bailey Shiwu a lot of face. He didn't even look for those who were bought by Bailey Shiwu, as he didn't want to cause internal strife. Therefore, he took half of the 30 votes from Fire King Palace and 10 from the neutral vote. That was 25. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He secretly chose some people from Punishment Hall and Thunder King Palace to buy them. These people were all carefully selected. However, there were only 7 of them. However, these 7 people were all dissatisfied with the Thunder King and Punishment Hall. They usually pretended to be loyal, but who knew how many times they scolded them behind their backs? Some people scolded the Thunder King for only giving good things to Lei Meng and Lei Xinglia, but not to them. They also scolded the Punishment Hall for having ulterior motives and wanting to overthrow the City of Gold. These people were very loyal to Dizun. They were very smart. On the surface, they didn't tear themselves apart with the Punishment Hall, but secretly observed everything the Punishment Hall did. When Ling Xiao went to meet these people, he was always in his shadow warrior form and changed his face. No one else knew. They reached an agreement. In this way, Ling Xiao's votes became 32. Although it wasn't the most, it was definitely not bad among the 6 candidates. The voting problem was solved. Next was the improvement of his strength. The next 2 examinations, to put it bluntly, it was impossible to pass without strength. Cultivation breakthroughs required constant battles. Now that he was already at the 8th level of the Shattered Core Realm, it wasn't easy to improve. He put it aside for now. It was the same for the improvement of his physical body. He focused on his combat skills. Beast God Sky, Swallowing Flash, could only continue to improve its proficiency. This also required battles. Void Shattering Finger's power would continue to increase as his cultivation increased. Right now, there was something that could increase his combat strength in a short period of time. There were only 2 things: God Reversal Art and Cosmic Light God Fist. Cosmic Light God Fist was now at the 3rd level. He had only mastered the 1st level. God Reversal Art had only mastered the 1st move. There was room for improvement. Ling Xiao planned to start with the God Reversal Art first. The Cosmic Light God Fist time law was really too difficult to control. It couldn't be solved in a short period of time, but the God Reversal Art was different. He had already made some progress in the unification style. Then, comprehending the 2nd word shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out the God Reversal Sword and immersed himself in it. That miraculous world appeared again. Ling Xiao didn't look at those complicated words. He focused on the simplest ones. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 47:17. After the 1-word style was the 2-word style. Don't look at how there were only 2 strokes, but it had a huge impact on Ling Xiao. At that moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough, and he didn't seek to understand it. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. He just remembered the trajectory of the words. These trajectories were the key to the God Reversal Art. This was how the 1-word style came about. He wasn't greedy. He was already satisfied to be able to remember the trajectory of the 2-word style. If the 1-word style was so powerful, the 2-word style must be even more terrifying. After comprehending it, Ling Xiao took out the God Reversal Sword and practiced it over and over again. He let his body remember this feeling. Similarly, this word only had 2 strokes, but there were thousands of changes, and the difficulty was much higher than the 1-word style. Even he couldn't get through it after spending a day. Haste makes waste. Let's take it slow. He wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he was happy. With his aptitude, it was so difficult to cultivate the 2-word style. That was enough to prove the terror of the God Reversal Art. Perhaps it was because his strength was too weak that he was stagnant. Persevere. Anyway, there were still 7 days before the Golden Emperor's assessment. He had plenty of time to cultivate the 2-word style. The 2-word style only had 1 more stroke than the 1-word style, but its power was 10 times stronger. With a stab of the sword, 2 sword lights would appear. These 2 sword lights could attack the enemy from different angles. It was simply magical. It was just that the consumption of the two-word style was extremely terrifying. After using it once, 1/3 of Ling Xiao's true essence was gone. Fortunately, he had much more true essence than others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Coupled with potential, the two-word style could be used about 10 times. It was also very good. If he couldn't defeat the enemy after using the two-word style 10 times, then he might as well run away. 2 days later, the two-word style was finally initiated. Its power had far surpassed the beast god's heaven swallowing flash and the one-word style. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't increase, his combat strength had greatly increased. Something happened in the 3,000 holy city. Ling Xiao was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. He tore through the air and left. Before leaving, he left by Yinzalong with a sentence. Tell Fire King that I will definitely return before the golden sovereign assessment. Then he disappeared before the silver dragon's eyes. When he left the 3,000 holy city, he had placed a special warning device at the border of that huge territory. Once a strong enemy appeared, he would immediately sense it. At this moment, at the border of the 3,000 holy cities, a group of people was silently advancing. They could also ride on demonic beasts, or he could walk in the air. However, they all kept a low profile and did not dare to release their powerful auras. These people didn't want the people of the Golden City to know of their arrival. They were the remnants of the deep-sea dragon realm. Back then, Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor had killed the Dragon Emperor and the experts by his side in the chaotic sand ocean. But he didn't go to the deep-sea dragon domain. The deep-sea dragon region was huge. They also had the powerful Dragon City. There were still many experts in Dragon City. Although the Dragon Emperor was dead, they elected a new Dragon Emperor. He wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao and the Golden Sky region. However, they did not have the confidence to face the Golden City directly. Therefore, they were prepared to take down Ling Xiao first. After killing Ling Xiao, they would first collect a debt of blood. The leader this time was one of the 4 sea kings of the deep-sea dragon region, the King of Eastern Sea. The martial artists of the deep-sea dragon region all thought that the Dragon Emperor's death was not because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because of the Fire Emperor and the martial goddess. Therefore, the King of Eastern Sea alone could annihilate all the 3,000 holy cities. This was a sure-win situation. There would not be any accidents at all. After all, the new King of Eastern Sea was one of the experts that the current Dragon Emperor had gathered from the common people. Although he was slightly weaker than the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Palace, he was only at the 4th level of the divine physique realm. However, he was still an extremely strong existence. Even so, the King of Eastern Sea had brought a total of 20 divine physique realm experts. None of them were divine core warriors. They wanted to turn the 3,000 holy cities into ruins before the Golden City could react. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At the same time, in the King of Law's mansion of Golden City, Ling Xiao has left the Golden City. The King of Law looked at Yang Fan and said, I know, it's too sudden. I don't know what happened. Yang Fan was also well informed. Should we send someone to chase after him? Can you guys catch up to him? Yang Fan waved his hand and said, just ask someone to keep an eye on the entrance of the Golden City. When Ling Xiao returns, kill him before he enters the Golden City. No matter what he's going to do, I believe he'll return on the day of the Golden Sovereign's examination. Yes, young master. The King of Law nodded his head and said, everything is going according to our plan. It's impossible for that idiot Ling Xiao to become the Golden Sovereign. Does he think those neutral martial artists will listen to him just because he gave them some benefits? He's really stupid. He's still too naive. He doesn't understand how terrifying the punishment palace is in the Golden City. Those people will promise him on the surface, but they'll go back on their word on the day of the examination. They might even tell him that he bribed them. At that time, Ling Xiao will be finished. Although that's true, I can only be at ease when he's dead. This person is the only one who makes me feel uncomfortable. He's even more of a threat than the Golden Sovereign. His existence will be very troublesome." Yang Fan said coldly, "Since young master said so, we'll do it. We'll definitely make him die on the way back." Huang Jinding smiled. No matter what, they had already taken control of the situation. Next, they just had to wait for the fruits of victory. At the border of the 3,000 holy cities, the martial artists here suddenly noticed a terrifying aura flying over from the distant sky. It covered the sky and was extremely powerful. It made everyone's heart tremble. Who were they? Why did they come? The 3,000 holy cities had now become the territory of Prince Ling Shao. All of them belonged to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Now that such a large group of experts had arrived, it was really worrying. They were getting closer. One of them rose into the sky and looked at everyone coldly. "All of you from the 3,000 holy cities will die today." The one who spoke was a first-level divine physique echelon expert. His violent aura actually set off a storm. It blew the guards on the city wall into a mess. And this was under the condition that there was a defensive formation. Without the defensive formation to block it, the entire city wall would probably be trampled. This was just a terrifying storm caused by the sound of speaking. It wasn't an attack. The next attack arrived very quickly. That person held a bow in his hand. He pulled the bowstring fully, and a flame arrow condensed on the bowstring. It was suddenly released. Everyone felt that the end had arrived. This was because their defensive formations were simply unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. Just when all the martial artists in the desert, holy city, thought that they were going to die, a figure appeared out of thin air. He sent the terrifying arrow flying with a punch. A mere Ling Shao actually troubled so many martial artists of the deep-sea dragon domain. How shameful! A voice sounded in the void, full of sarcasm. Chapter 47:18. Ling Shao stood on the reverse god's sword with his hands behind his back, looking like a sword immortal. All the warriors in the Desert Saint City were shocked when they heard the voice. Not long ago, Ling Shao had wiped out the Battle King Alliance and unified the 3,000 Saint City. Everyone knew that he had gone to the Golden City, and he had gone there as the Crown Prince. Why was he here? And these terrifying warriors were all warriors from the deep-sea dragon realm? Wasn't that one of the 4 major realms? Why were they here, and why did they want to wipe out the 3,000 Saint City? They were completely dumbfounded. Everything that happened in front of their eyes felt like a dream. Ling Xiao's appearance had given the warriors of the Desert Saint City a chance to survive, but no one knew how long this chance would last. Everyone, including the Saint Lord of the Desert Saint City, knelt down, praying that Ling Xiao could win. Ling Xiao was the crown prince of the Golden City, the heavenly emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. If he was defeated, they would have no more chances. "You're Ling Xiao? I'm the king of the Eastern Sea, from the deep-sea dragon realm. You're the one I'm looking for." "King of the Eastern Sea? Hee. I wonder why the king of the Eastern Sea, from the deep-sea dragon realm, is looking for me?" Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. He stood there high above, looking down at the people of the deep-sea dragon realm, taking in their strength. He had confirmed that there was no problem and he could defeat them. Of course, he had to use the power of the body of 3 sovereigns. If he really had to use it, he would not hesitate. He was not a hesitant man. The warriors of the deep-sea dragon realm had ugly expressions. This Ling Xiao was really daring. He was just a divine core warrior, and he dared to look down on them? Looking down at them from a high position? This was completely looking down on them. Could it be that the warriors from the Golden City are nearby? King of the Eastern Sea said with a frown, but he couldn't sense any aura. Moreover, they were very secretive when they came, so it was impossible for anyone to know. In order to avoid being noticed, they had suffered a lot and took many detours. "King, let me try." A first-level divine physique realm warrior cupped his fist and said, "If there's no powerful warrior, I'll kill him. If there's a powerful warrior, we'll figure something out." All right, the king of the East Sea nodded. It was indeed time for someone to test Ling Xiao's strength. He really wanted to know why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. The warrior heard the king of Donghai's order. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. He was the warrior who had prepared to shoot through the desert holy city's defensive array with his bow and arrow. At this moment, he drew his longbow again. Once again, a blazing flame arrow was formed. However, this power felt several times stronger than before. It could be seen that he also dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But there was no need to think too highly of him. Die. After a loud roar, the warrior suddenly released a flaming arrow. The arrow flew towards Ling Xiao like a blazing meteor. For a moment, the entire sky was dyed red. The warriors in the desert holy city below had long been scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene before. He had never seen such a terrifying expert before. One had to know that the desert holy city's Saint Lord was only an Earth Core realm martial artist. In other words, he was a 7th divine core warrior. The difference was too great. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He only smiled lightly. This was the attack. Even if he stood there without moving, his opponent wouldn't be able to hurt him. Of course, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. After all, his opponent was a first-level divine physique realm martial artist. Therefore, he had already released the Sun God's blood formation. He used the bloody rat devil transformation for the second time. However, he didn't use the beast soul transformation. As his cultivation continued to break through, his combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. When facing a first-level divine physique realm martial artist, there was no need to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul anymore. He could even block a first-level divine physique realm martial artist's full force attack with his body. After all, his opponent's attack was far weaker than the Punishment Guard's combined attack. Compared to Lei Xinglia, it was far weaker. It couldn't hurt him at all. Bang! This time, Ling Xiao didn't block it with his hands. He allowed the flaming arrow to hit his forehead. When the warriors in the deep-sea dragon domain saw this, they were all shocked. Was this Ling Xiao stupid or bold? He actually dared to use his body to block a first-level divine physique realm martial artist's full-force attack. After this attack, he would definitely be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. The flames extinguished and the arrow disappeared. However, Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a black mark on his forehead. The warriors in the desert holy city below worshipped Ling Xiao like a god. My turn! Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He took out a bow from the Dongsheng Emperor. It was an emperor artifact bow with 9 dragon patterns. This bow had merged with Ling Xiao's divine Heavenly King artifact longbow. It was called the Red Lotus Hell Bow. The moment Ling Xiao pulled the bowstring, the King of East Sea suddenly felt that something was wrong. Retreat! He shouted loudly, hoping that the first-level divine physique realm martial artist would retreat into the formation. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao's movements weren't sluggish at all. The same crimson, flaming arrow shot out like hellfire. It swept up a frenzied power. It seemed to be able to poke a hole in the sky. In an instant, it was already in front of the martial artist. Boom! Without any suspense, the incomparably violent power hit the martial artist's head. The head was set ablaze in an instant. The poor martial artist only had time to scream. Before he could scream a second time, he was already dead. He died too quickly. Other than the King of East Sea, many people couldn't accept it. The corpse fell to the ground and was burned to ashes in an instant. Ling Xiao put away the Red Lotus Hell Bow and looked coldly at the people from the deep-sea dragon realm. He chuckled and said, "Martial artists from the deep sea dragon realm are indeed useless. A first-level divine physique realm martial artist is actually so useless. How disappointing. No wonder you're regarded as the weakest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You're all just here to make up the numbers. You don't deserve to be a force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds." Ling Xiao's words were extremely sarcastic. How could the deep-sea dragon realm martial artists be happy? Some martial artists couldn't hold it in and had already rushed out, wanting to fight Ling Xiao to the death. But they were stopped by the King of East Sea. The King of East Sea's expression wasn't good either. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao's aptitude was extremely terrifying. He thought that a genius was nothing before he grew up, so he accepted this mission. But now he really regretted it a little. This Ling Xiao could use his physical body to take the full blow of a first-level divine physique realm martial artist. He could easily kill a first-level divine physique realm martial artist. And his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the core fragmentation realm. This was unbelievable. He was simply monstrous. Such a monstrous talent was in the Golden Heavens region and not the deep sea dragon realm. Ling Xiao, I really, really like you. If you agree to become my disciple, I'll give you everything I have. If you become my disciple, I can spare your life. The King of East Sea actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. However, this kind of icing on the cake made Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Chapter 47:19. Take me in as a disciple? Haha, I'm afraid you're not worthy. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "Besides, I once killed the Dragon Emperor. What do you think they'll do to me if I return to the deep-sea dragon territory with you? Can you stop them? As long as you hand over all the treasures you obtained from the chaotic sand sea, there won't be a problem." King Donghai said, "You're waiting for me here? Oh my God, I really have to thank you. How can there be such a confident idiot in this world? Do you think you've got me today for sure?" Ling Xiao laughed. These guys, each more conceited than the other. Seriously, what were they thinking? Fine, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. If any of you can defeat me, I'll give him all the treasures I have. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Ling Xiao's words enraged more than 20 deep-sea dragon territory martial artists. A mere 8th level core fragmentation realm martial artist actually looked down on them. Among them, there were only 10 first-level divine body realm martial artists. The remaining 8 second-level divine body realm martial artists, 2 third-level divine body realm martial artists, and a 4th-level divine body realm King Donghai. Even if 1 first-level divine body realm martial artist died, the rest were still powerhouses. Ling Xiao actually dared to look down on all of them. Wasn't he too arrogant? Even if he could kill a first-level divine body realm martial artist, he didn't have any right to be arrogant in front of a second-level divine body realm martial artist. Moreover, there were 3rd and 4th-level divine body realm powerhouses here. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The desert holy city martial artists listened to the conversation in the sky with fear and trepidation. All of them were extremely nervous. Their celestial emperor didn't back down in the face of these powerhouses. He didn't have any fear at all, although this made them feel admiration and excitement. At the same time, they were also worried. What if Ling Xiao couldn't beat them? He's really too arrogant. My king, let me do it. If I really kill him and get all the treasures on him, I'll definitely give them to my king. The one who spoke was a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist. His strength was much weaker than Lin Hong's. Among the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon, he could at most be considered an inferior one. However, a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist was still a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist. He was much stronger than a 1st-level divine body realm martial artist. Yes, the King of the East Sea nodded. He really wanted to know what Ling Xiao's limit was. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he must have some trump card. He also wanted to know what Ling Xiao's trump card was. That second-level divine physique echelon martial artist was a middle-aged man who was over 100 years old. His aptitude wasn't that great, but his strength wasn't bad. Moreover, it was a little flamboyant. Ignorant brat, you have no idea how powerful a divine body realm cultivator is. As soon as that person finished speaking, a gust of wind appeared behind him. The raging wind tore apart, turning into hundreds of afterimages. Based on your knowledge, I'm afraid you haven't seen this kind of usage of a martial spirit, right? A martial soul isn't just something that can be materialized. It can have many attributes and many different uses. As his voice rang out, there seemed to be a strong gust of wind blowing between heaven and earth. The stronger the wind, the more figures there were. The entire sky was occupied by the other party's clones. The martial artists in the holy city of the desert looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Facing such a terrifying enemy, what was Ling Xiao going to do? Although those clones weren't real, each of them contained terrifying wind power. Even if he wanted to destroy them, it would be very difficult. However, they saw a disdainful sneer on Ling Xiao's face. He didn't know how to use a martial spirit? Haha. At this moment, he entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. His Tai Chi eye opened, even though the sky was filled with the other party's figures. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only one real one. He had already seen this kind of clone trick a long time ago. It wasn't new at all. It was nothing more than the fusion of a martial spirit and a martial technique. It wasn't new at all. The other party could actually brag to such an extent. What a pitiful idiot. He allowed the strong wind to wreak havoc. He slapped his body. One after another, the clones charged at him. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. These attacks couldn't hurt him. Instead, they could increase the energy in his cultivation sea. He didn't have to stop them. The attacks of a second-level divine body, realm martial artist, were very powerful. However, because the attacks were too scattered, each attack didn't pose much of a threat to him. At the very least, they couldn't break his defense or hurt him. Ling Xiao was completely engulfed by the strong wind. The martial artists in the desert, holy city, couldn't see his figure anymore. All of them were anxious and uneasy. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would be completely torn apart by this strong wind. That second-level divine body, realm martial artist frowned. Ling Xiao actually dared to underestimate him. He didn't care about his attacks at all. He gritted his teeth. His main body finally moved. An extremely terrifying power was contained in his hands. It was more terrifying than all the clones combined. This attack had completely surpassed the combination technique of the 3 punishment guards. This person had a wind martial spirit and cultivated a wind-type martial technique. The combination of the two was really very powerful. Ordinary first-level divine body realm martial artists wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of this person. He actually didn't dodge when facing an attack. However, Ling Xiao dared to do so. The key was that his physical body was too strong. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. The second-level divine body, realm martial artist, moved forward silently. He relied on countless wind-type clones to conceal his true attack. He didn't dare to be too fast. If he was too fast, he would be discovered. However, he didn't know that his actions were like a thief who was already under surveillance and thought that he hadn't been discovered. It was really a little ridiculous. Wind could allow people to have graceful movement techniques and swift speed. However, if wind was condensed to a certain extent, it could move mountains and seas. It was extremely terrifying. The second-level divine body realm martial artist was confident that the power of his attack was enough to destroy a city. Could it be that Ling Xiao's physical body was harder than a city? He didn't believe it. He was close. He suddenly became nervous. because he might get a lot of treasures with this attack. Even if he had to hand them over, the King of East Sea would definitely leave him a lot. Anyway, he would definitely make a profit. Ling Xiao felt the power of the other party's attack. The energy in his cultivation sea surged wildly. Potential would always be released when a threat came. This meant that the other party was still a big threat to Ling Xiao. 10%. Ling Xiao smiled, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The second-level divine body, realm martial artist, was shocked. When he wanted to turn back, it was already too late. His head was grabbed by a steel-like hand and lifted up. His whole body instantly became weak and powerless. The attack that was originally condensed also turned into nothing in an instant. Impossible. The moment that person was grabbed, the first thing that came to his mind was that it was impossible. All his actions were so perfect. Why was he discovered? Why? Ling Xiao's eyes released a mocking look. You seem to say that you know more about martial souls than me? What a pity. This is obviously just a joke. Ling Xiao smiled mockingly. End of chapter. Chapter 4720. Dark Siphon. A huge black goat shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Since you know so much about martial souls, I'll let you die under the martial soul's special skill. With the activation of Dark Siphon, a large amount of blood essence rushed out of the martial artist's body and flowed into Ling Xiao's palm. After being refined, it turned into potential and was injected into Ling Xiao's body. Although it couldn't immediately increase Ling Xiao's strength, it could replenish his potential. It was indeed a good martial soul's special skill. Save me! Save me! The martial artist struggled in Ling Xiao's hands and desperately cried for help. He didn't want to die. Who would want to die? Unfortunately, no one made a move. On one hand, it was because they were wary of Ling Xiao. On the other hand, it was too late. After the martial artist cried for help, he completely stopped breathing. Ling Xiao threw the shriveled corpse down. Then he turned back to look at the crowd. See, I told you you're all trash. My king, let me kill him. One of them held a sharp sword and was furious. His own people were killed and humiliated. He couldn't take it. No, let me do it. Another person held a long saber. He was powerful and domineering, and his terrifying saber intent shook heaven and earth. None of you can do it. Let me do it. Another person stood out. He held a halberd and was the strongest among the three. Although they were all at the second level of the divine body realm, he was the only one who had reached the upper second level of the divine body realm. No need to fight. Come at me together. You're all going to die anyway. It's too troublesome to come one by one. Why don't you come at me together? Ling Xiao teasingly looked at the three people who were fighting to kill him and laughed. Now, Ling Xiao needed a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity today. Moreover, whether it was the beast god sky-devouring flash or the god-reversing art, they needed to be continuously trained in actual combat to increase their power. The deep-sea dragon domain gave him so many sparring partners. How could he not accept it? When the three of them heard Ling Xiao's words, they were instantly furious. Each of them was a super expert of the deep-sea dragon domain. Ling Xiao actually wanted the three of them to attack together. He was too arrogant. The fury of the three was enough to incinerate Ling Xiao. Since he wants all of you to come together, then all of you can come together, King Dong Hai said coldly. Anyway, the deep-sea dragon realm had already lost face, so it didn't matter if they lost face. So what if they bullied him with numbers? As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, it was fine. Moreover, Ling Xiao's appearance clearly showed that he still had some sort of trump card. He absolutely could not let his subordinates throw away their lives one by one. Joining forces was definitely a wise choice. After all, a cultivator at the second level of the divine body realm was already a super powerhouse in the deep-sea dragon territory. If they were killed one by one, it would be even more humiliating. The three of them were unwilling at first, but the king of Donghai had given the order. They would not object. The three of them released their second-level divine body echelon auras at the same time and locked onto Ling Xiao from 3 different angles. His raging fighting spirit transformed into swords, sabers, and halberds, rushing towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to crush Ling Xiao in terms of willpower. In that instant, the martial artists of the desert holy city below all lay on the ground. That terrifying fighting spirit suppressed them until they could not breathe at all. They felt like they were going to die. It was a pity that the three of them wanted to use their fighting spirit to suppress Ling Xiao, but they had completely miscalculated. If they attacked directly, they might still have a chance of winning. They actually used their fighting spirit to suppress him. They were simply too idiotic. Let me show you the will of the beast god. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. 12 completely different beast souls actually appeared behind Ling Xiao, and they were all beast god martial souls. The beast god's fighting spirit erupted. 12 terrifying beasts formed in the sky. In an instant, the saber, sword, and halberd were all knocked back. The entire sky had become the will of the beast god. In terms of cultivation, Ling Xiao was indeed much weaker than the other party. But in terms of spiritual realm, Ling Xiao had now reached the terrifying 4th-level divine body realm. He was stronger than any of the other party, coupled with the powerful will of the beast god martial soul. Even if he encountered a 6th-level divine body realm martial artist, he could crush them with his willpower. Ling Xiao would not be afraid. In that instant, the three of them vomited blood at the same time. Their faces were pale. Although they had heard some legends about Ling Xiao, they had never believed them, especially when they saw that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm. They did not care even more. However, at this moment, they definitely did not dare to underestimate their opponent. In terms of fighting spirit alone, Ling Xiao was too powerful. Kill! The three of them no longer used their fighting spirit to suppress him. Holding their weapons tightly, they charged at Ling Xiao from different directions. That's good. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, holding the Void God sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left. He also charged out. At the same time, he also used the tyrannical martial soul possession. Facing 3 second-level divine physique echelon martial artists alone was no laughing matter. Of course, he had to use all the means he could. These 3 people's cooperation was not as good as the punishment guards. However, because they were strong themselves, they still suppressed Ling Xiao quite badly after the battle started. Every time Ling Xiao attacked one of them, the other 2 would take the opportunity to attack. After dozens of rounds, Ling Xiao had suffered at least a dozen attacks. Of course, he took these attacks on purpose, as long as they did not pose a threat to his life. He did not bother to use the vertical golden light technique to dodge. If he really dodged, the other party would not be able to hurt him. After the battle, the energy in his cultivation stopped at 30%. Ling Xiao knew that the threat of these 3 guys had been squeezed dry by him. Next, it was time to end the battle. Mao God Nether Formation. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was surrounded and suppressed by the 3 of them, disappeared. The 3 of them immediately felt a chill down their spines. Be careful! Although they did not find Ling Xiao, the 3 of them knew that this guy who suddenly disappeared would be a huge threat to them. Chi! However, it was useless no matter how careful they were. Hell's shadow strike pierced through the darkness. Ling Xiao did not even expose his whereabouts. However, 2nd-level divine body realm martial artists were still powerful, even if Ling Xiao did not expose his whereabouts. They also caught a trace of Ling Xiao's aura. At the same time, they charged toward that location. Dragon God Frost Formation. Ling Xiao seemed to have expected this and did not dodge. He activated the Frost Formation. At that moment, the 2 second-level divine body realm martial artists suddenly became stiff. Their movement speed also suddenly decreased until it stopped. Both of their eyes were filled with fear, because they guessed what was going to happen next. The two of you die together. God-defying technique, two-word style. This was Ling Xiao's first time using the two-word style. Although it was just a beginner, its power was 10 times stronger than the one-word style. A sword swept past the two of them. However, it released 2 streaks of sword energy and pierced the 2 frozen martial artists' foreheads at the same time. They were all dead, from Ling Xiao being suppressed to suddenly killing the 3 of them. In reality, only a few seconds had passed. The deep-sea dragon domain martial artists could not react at all. Many of them were even mocking Ling Xiao for being pretentious. In the end, they were suppressed. The desert holy city martial artists were still in despair and had not recovered from the shock, until the 3 corpses fell to the ground. Only then did they react. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 47:21. The deep-sea dragon realm martial artists were surprised and furious. 3 of them were killed in an instant, and 3 of them were second-level divine body realm martial artists. Their cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, but in front of Ling Xiao, they were toyed with like 3-year-old children. The deep-sea dragon realm martial artists even suspected that Ling Xiao was suppressed on purpose at the beginning. The desert holy city martial artists were completely convinced by Ling Xiao. The only time they saw Ling Xiao before was in that golden battle. Ling Xiao looked down on the crowd and got the ticket to Golden City. But Ling Xiao at that time was definitely not as strong as he was now. This cultivation speed and the speed of improvement of his strength were simply too heaven-defying. Originally, I had already forgotten about the deep-sea dragon realm. You can live in peace. It's a pity that you people really don't know what's good for you and insist on coming to die. Then I can only make a trip to the deep-sea dragon realm after killing you and completely uproot the deep-sea dragon realm, so that you will never be able to rise from the ashes. Ling Xiao stood there calmly with 2 swords in his hands, looking coldly at the king of East Sea and the others. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao was really too arrogant and crazy. Not only did he want to kill all these people in front of him, but he also wanted to uproot the entire deep-sea dragon realm. This was too crazy. The king of East Sea's gaze was extremely cold. If you were given some more time, you might really be able to massacre the deep-sea dragon realm. But today I'm here, so you have no chance. The king of East Sea was determined to kill Ling Xiao. This guy was too scary. He must not be left alive. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Kill me? With just a bunch of trash like you? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. It's not that I look down on you, but there's no one here who can fight. Hearing this, the deep-sea dragon realm martial artist's lungs were about to explode. How could they tolerate this kid being so arrogant? They still wanted to save face. Boom! The violent aura of a 3rd-level divine body echelon cultivator suddenly erupted. An old man walked out of the formation. He didn't need a weapon either. His body was an indestructible weapon. He was an expert who specialized in cultivating his physical body. His physical body was as terrifying as an emperor weapon with 4 dragon inscriptions. Just by standing there, he was like a peerless treasure. This is an expert. I'm afraid that with the strength of my true body, it will be difficult for me to defeat him. But if I don't give it a try, I won't be happy. It was rare for him to meet such a good opponent, so he didn't want to waste it. If he used his sovereign physique, he would be able to kill his opponent with a single blow. That would be too boring. He wouldn't be able to gain anything from it. The Golden Dragon King has made his move. This Ling Xiao can no longer be so arrogant. When the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon field saw this old man make a move, their originally low morale rose again. The golden-bodied Dragon King was second only to the King of the East Sea. Thwart Kung Fu was terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was very strong, he was definitely not a match for the Golden Body Dragon King. This time, they wanted to see how Ling Xiao could still be so arrogant. How could he be so proud? They wanted to vent and make Ling Xiao suffer. So many experts came today. If they couldn't even take down Ling Xiao alone, that would be too humiliating. Facing the Golden Body Dragon King, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate him at all. A martial artist of the 3rd level Divine Body realm was not someone he could defeat with his true body at this stage. Although the Golden Body Dragon King was only considered a low-level martial artist in the 3rd level Divine Body realm, but it was equally terrifying. The limit of Ling Xiao's true body now was a 2nd level Divine Body realm martial artist. However, he planned to break through his limits in this battle. Thinking about it carefully, as long as he could bring out all his trump cards perfectly, he still had a 30% chance of winning. Kid, repent. This is what you get for underestimating the martial artists of the deep sea dragon field. The golden-bodied Dragon King suddenly charged toward Ling Xiao. He was good at physical strength, so his attacks were naturally good at close range. Ling Xiao's arms were covered with thick scales. He also charged out abruptly. 2 fists against 2 fists. They blasted together. Bang! Without any suspense, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying and crashed into the desert Holy City's city wall. Fortunately, the city wall had a defensive array. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. Ling Xiao got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed into a blood arrow, blocking the golden-bodied Dragon King, who was about to finish him off. However, it was only a momentary block. His eyes were fierce as he took out the Void God sword and the Crimson Blood Demon sword. With a wild roar, he charged forward. This collision injured him quite badly, but he also increased the energy in his cultivation C to 40% because of it. It was definitely worth it. However, he didn't dare to use his physical body to take it head-on anymore. He couldn't. He had to borrow the power of his Dharma treasure, holding the Void God sword and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his hands. He also became extremely fierce. Kill! The golden-bodied Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao with a cold smile, completely disdainful. Of the 2 swords in Ling Xiao's hands, one didn't have a dragon pattern. It was just 1 dragon pattern on each sword. In his eyes, it was completely beneath him. Dragon God's ice formation. The moment Ling Xiao got close to the golden-bodied Dragon God's ice formation, he suddenly released the cold effect of the Dragon God's ice formation. Although the formation was always there, Ling Xiao could control the cold air to attack anyone at any time. The golden-bodied Dragon King was already very careful. However, in the formation, no matter how careful he was, it was useless. Facing this strange cold, he still couldn't react in time. Ling Xiao stabbed down with both swords at the same time. He blasted the golden-bodied Dragon King away. However, this old thing was really strong, as expected of a 3rd level Divine Body realm martial artist. A simple stab couldn't pierce through his body. Although the other party's physical strength wasn't strong enough, a Divine Body realm martial artist could activate their divine essence to strengthen their defense. Ling Xiao's attack this time only left a terrifying wound on the golden-bodied Dragon King's body, but it wasn't enough to kill him. The golden-bodied Dragon King, who crashed to the ground, counterattacked crazily. Once again, he attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a huge threat, and the potential in his body began to be released crazily. Vertical golden light technique. He was originally in the Sun God's Blood Demon formation, so he could use the vertical golden light technique infinitely. The golden-bodied Dragon King's attack landed in the air. It blasted directly to the ground. The violent fist force directly blasted a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of meters on the ground. That was close. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This was really F***ing exciting. It felt different to fight with an expert. Attack together. The King of the East Sea waved his hand. Although the Golden Body Dragon King could suppress Ling Xiao, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, which made him very dissatisfied. So he sent out all the martial artists around him. They besieged Ling Xiao. F***CK shameless. The martial artists of the desert, holy city, cursed in their hearts. However, they couldn't do anything. Their strength wasn't much, so they couldn't help at all. However, there wasn't the slightest fear on Ling Xiao's face. He suddenly took out a talisman. It was still the Wild Thunder, Purgatory Talisman. There was only one chance left to use it. He might as well use it. In an instant, violent lightning struck. It blasted towards all the martial artists of the deep sea dragon territory. End of this chapter. Chapter 47:22. A first-level divine body, realm martial artist, couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the raging thunder, purgatory. They were instantly blasted into smithereens. That second-level divine body, realm martial artist, managed to block it, but he also consumed a lot of energy. Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation. Mao God Nether Formation. He activated two formations at the same time. The Yellow Springs water instantly flooded an area of 1 mile. The second-level divine body, realm martial artist, who was already seriously injured. He struggled to survive in this terrifying Yellow Springs water. He was completely corroded in a short time. Only 2/3 level divine body, realm martial artists were left. One was the Golden Dragon King, and the other was a man with 2 hammers who was extremely strong. Hooray! The martial artists of the holy city of the desert cheered excitedly. This was too shocking. Their celestial emperor was too strong. He actually destroyed the enemy just like that. It was simply amazing. Although they didn't dare to speak loudly, they still dared to talk in private. The king of the East Sea was also a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that having more people was a good thing. Now it seemed that not only was it not good, but he also sent those poor guys to their deaths. This was an extremely embarrassing thing. Facing 2/3 level divine body, realm martial artists at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't have a chance to breathe at all, so he planned to kill one of them first. With the help of the Mao God Nether Formation, he arrived behind the Golden Dragon King. He suddenly used Hell's Shadow Strike and stabbed at the other party. But a 3rd level divine body, realm martial artist, wasn't that easy to kill. Ling Xiao's sword was actually blocked by the Golden Dragon King. This guy was really shrewd and experienced. Kill him! The Golden Dragon King grabbed Ling Xiao's 2 swords, and a terrifying aura restrained Ling Xiao. It seemed to be some kind of secret technique that could make Ling Xiao unable to move. At this time, he roared at the other 3rd level divine body, realm martial artist, who used 2 hammers. When Ling Xiao was trapped, the potential in his body was released even faster. In the blink of an eye, it reached 50%. However, the guy with the 2 hammers had already landed. Ling Xiao didn't want to die. Even if he had the ability to backtrack life, he would try not to expose it if he could. Nightmare moment. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the Hell Nightmare Beast Soul. The Golden Body Dragon King that was restraining him suddenly fell asleep, and the restraints on his body immediately loosened. Ling Xiao suddenly turned. The huge hammers smashed into the head of the Golden Dragon King. Tisk, TSK, how tragic! Ling Xiao saw something white and red flying out. He hurriedly dodged it. Dragon King. The Dual Hammers man never expected that the Golden Dragon King would be smashed to death by his hammer. He was Dragon King. He was, you people are really interesting. I can't kill you, so you want to kill your own people to vent your hatred? It's hard to understand. Ling Xiao smiled. It's you. Dragon body god. The Dual Hammers man roared and smashed his hammers towards Ling Xiao. It strike. This person's strength was on par with the Golden Dragon King, and the hammers in his hands were clearly emperor armaments with 4 dragon patterns. However, Ling Xiao was undaunted and directly went up to meet him. Beast God Sky, swallowing flash. The crimson blood demon's sword shot out a bright light, heading straight for the dual hammers man. Ridiculous! The dual hammers man easily swung his hammers and destroyed Ling Xiao's beast god, swallowing flash. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine body realm was just that powerful. Let's see what other tricks you have. The man with twin hammers continued to pounce on Ling Xiao as a martial soul appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, it was also a fierce man with twin hammers. It seemed that this guy was a strength-type player through and through. It's about time. If we continue playing, it'll be troublesome. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had already increased to 60%. The twin hammers man was too much of a threat to him, so the energy in his cultivation C was increasing crazily. But Ling Xiao couldn't play anymore. If this continued, he would really have to use life reversal. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The sovereign physique had already replaced his main body. The reverse god sword in his right hand pointed at the twin hammers man. Then a sharp sword light shot out. God-defying art. The bright sword light pierced through the void. The man with twin hammers stood there motionless. The sword light had already pierced through his glabella. Too fast, too ruthless, too strong. Originally, King Don Hai was already waiting to reap the fruits of victory. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? King Don Hai was very angry. He came with great momentum. In the end, he was the only one left. How could this not make him angry? If he had known this would happen, he would have personally taken action from the beginning. That way, so many people wouldn't have died. Are you sure you can kill me if you took action from the beginning? Ling Xiao, who was standing there, laughed disdainfully. You're wrong. If you had attacked from the start, you would have been dead. If you had taken action from the beginning, it wouldn't have been them who died, but all of you. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. King Don Hai shook his head and said, You just want to use such words to weaken my fighting spirit. This trick is useless against me. I'm miscalculated, so I have to avenge them. Don't worry. After I catch you, I will serve you well. I will definitely let you suffer the most painful torture in this world. In addition, I will also kill everyone in the 3,000 holy cities, especially your friends and family. I will let them know the consequences of offending the deep-sea dragon domain. You really succeeded in making me angry. Today, you will go to hell to accompany the Dragon Emperor. When you get there, he will definitely tell you why you died. Ling Xiao looked at King Dong Hai contemptuously. When he killed the Dragon Emperor, he used the martial soul barrier, so the martial artists outside didn't know what happened. They didn't know how the Dragon Emperor died. They always thought that it was the Fire King who killed him. But in fact, the Dragon Emperor was indeed killed by Ling Xiao. King Don Hai frowned. He didn't understand where Ling Xiao's confidence came from when facing him, a 4th-level divine body realm powerhouse. Was this guy bluffing? Or did he really have something else to rely on? He was also a little confused. No, I fell for his trick again. He deliberately made me confused so that he could find my flaws. King Don Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. What a cunning kid. He almost fell for it. But although he thought so, King Don Hai definitely didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Such a cunning fellow would be able to use any means in battle. Just like just now, Ling Xiao was clearly controlled by the Golden Dragon King. He was about to be smashed to death, but he suddenly broke free. It was really baffling. He didn't understand what happened at all. What? Are you afraid? Since you don't believe that I have the means to kill you, then just attack me. Then go ahead and attack. Could it be that a dignified martial artist at the 4th level of the divine body realm would be afraid of me? An 8th-level core-shattering stage martial artist? Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can escape death like this. King Dong Hai suddenly released a terrifying aura. A giant beast appeared behind him. It looked like a shark, fierce and domineering. This should be his martial soul. There weren't many Sea clan martial artists with martial souls. They paid more attention to bloodline power. This King Dong Hai was a little special. Mobile version update website. Chapter 47:23. King Dong Hai's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The giant shark martial soul behind him was also roaring crazily, feeling the other party's terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao's body glowed with a faint golden light. This was the unique color of the sovereign physique. The golden light enveloped Ling Xiao, and between heaven and earth, a vast and domineering aura grew crazily. At this moment, looking at Ling Xiao again, there was actually a kind of majesty and coldness of an emperor. What's going on? King Dong Hai frowned. Seeing the golden light on Ling Xiao's body, he had a very uncomfortable feeling. But at this moment, he knew that he couldn't let his imagination run wild. His hands kept condensing water elements, and between his hands, a huge shark formed entirely of water elements was formed. His body was also wrapped in the current. This current absorbed almost all the water elements in the air, and it was very terrifying. Around his body, monstrous waves would be set off. It was as if the sea had moved to the 3,000 holy city. The fourth level of the divine body realm is indeed powerful. I'm afraid it can directly kill my original body. Ling Xiao sighed. His Tai Chi eye could clearly determine the destructive power of the other party's attack. If it was his original body, he would definitely have to use life backtrack or rising from the ashes. But now he was not his original body but the sovereign physique. You're really pitiful. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Bullshit. King Dong Hai felt that he had been insulted. Ling Xiao actually said that he was pitiful. What was this for? Was he pitying him? Before you die, I'll let you see the real good stuff. Boom! In the next moment, Ling Xiao completely erupted the aura of the sovereign physique. King Dong Hai was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? He couldn't believe that this was real. Everything in front of him was like a dream. There's something more fun. Ling Xiao smiled. The demon sovereign physique and the divine physique were released. They respectively released the power of the second level of the divine body realm. It deterred King Dong Hai. King Dong Hai was completely stunned. He suddenly put away the giant shark that had been condensed. He turned around and fled. Only a martial artist at his level would understand. What did the current Ling Xiao mean? Therefore, he didn't dare to face Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. He wanted to tell the people of the deep-sea dragon realm everything that had happened here so that they could escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, the end of the world would come. He looked indifferently at the king of Dong Hai in the distance. Just as they were about to disappear into the horizon, Ling Xiao raised the void god sword in his right hand. God-defying art. It was the same move, but the power displayed by the original body and the venerable sovereign body were completely different. Thousands of meters away, the king of the East Sea's body was directly split into two. In the blink of an eye, the void god's sword had sucked him dry. He had become a dried corpse. If anyone divulges half a word of what happened here today within a year, they will be punished. Die! Ling Xiao spat out these words and flew away. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. The warriors of the desert holy city were still in a state of shock. Let's not talk about the previous battles. Ling Xiao's final strike that killed the king of the East Sea was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It turns out that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is already so powerful. He just doesn't want to reveal his strength. It's really too terrifying. Even though they were unwilling to submit in the past, these people didn't dare to do so now. After leaving the 3,000 holy city, Ling Xiao went straight to the deep-sea dragon realm. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to travel. He didn't rest at all and traveled at full speed. He finally arrived at the dragon city of the deep-sea dragon realm. Dragon City was the core of the deep-sea dragon realm. It was the same as the City of Gold in the Golden Sky region. Ling Xiao came here purely to destroy the deep-sea dragon realm, so he didn't want to expose his identity. He changed his appearance and appeared in the body of the venerable sovereign. Who is it? Ling Xiao's arrival caused the warriors of Dragon City to be nervous. The deep-sea dragon realm had lost the Dragon Emperor. The current Dragon Emperor's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the divine body realm. He was far inferior to the previous Dragon Emperor. His strength, which was weak to begin with, became even weaker now. Even so, they still had to provoke Ling Xiao. No one knew what they were thinking. You don't need to know, because Dragon City will no longer exist today. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the warriors in front of him indifferently. His eyes revealed a cold intent. The deep-sea dragon realm wanted to destroy the 3,000 holy city. When did they ever show any mercy? Therefore, he planned to destroy Dragon City, and he would not show any mercy. This was called giving them a taste of their own medicine. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's figure passed through those warriors, who stopped him. He left without looking back, and those people all turned into corpses. Shriveled corpses. The Void God's sword had already reached the limit of breaking through, and was about to enter the 4th level of the divine body realm. This was good news. Stepping into Dragon City, more warriors came over. They surrounded Ling Xiao. It wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't avoid them, but Ling Xiao did it deliberately. He didn't want to kill a certain person today. He wanted to completely destroy the entire Dragon City. Ling Xiao still didn't make a sound. Only the Void God's sword in his hand was constantly drinking blood. All of the martial artists blocking him were not his match at all. The feeling of fighting with the body of an emperor was really too good. Ling Xiao was even a little obsessed with this kind of battle. It was just that his mind was very clear. This kind of advantage was only temporary. If he wanted to truly become stronger, he had to raise the strength of his original body as soon as possible, while the advantage still existed. Ling Xiao's figure continued to move forward, heading toward the core of Dragon City, the Dragon Palace. The West Sea King, North Sea King, South Sea King, and the current Dragon Emperor were all there. That was his ultimate goal. Everywhere he went, there was a bloody stench and an aura of death. No one could escape. As long as it was a warrior that Ling Xiao saw, none of them could escape this terrifying killing sword. Quickly report to the Dragon Emperor. The warriors finally realized how terrifying the person in front of them was. An aura of panic and anger spread throughout Dragon City. Before Ling Xiao arrived, his killing intent had already enveloped all the warriors. People gradually realized that Dragon City, and even the deep-sea dragon domain, might be ushering in an apocalypse that was even more terrifying than the death of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon City was going to be destroyed by this person. Everywhere the blade passed, people died, walls collapsed, and everything was destroyed. Many divine body realm warriors rushed out of the Dragon Palace. These people were all recruited by the new Dragon Emperor to seek revenge. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to come out. The gray sword filled with the aura of death was like a ferocious beast that ate people. They couldn't block it at all. Their appearance was nothing more than a pile of corpses. The Dragon Emperor and the 3 Supreme Kings finally arrived. Unfortunately, they were too weak compared to the Supreme Kings of the Golden Sky domain and the Eternal Emperor region. They weren't on the same level at all. Ling Xiao still couldn't live. He killed the West Sea King, who suddenly attacked with a sword. Then he looked coldly at the Dragon Emperor. This person looked really similar to the previous Dragon Emperor. If he was obedient, he wouldn't have come to kill him. Unfortunately, people couldn't see through his own strength and just had to court death. Chapter 47:24. Friend, who exactly are you? Why did you kill the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon domain for no reason? If there's anything wrong, we can sit down and discuss it. The Dragon Emperor also realized how terrifying this person in front of him was, and actually admitted defeat. Now you're afraid? If you knew, you wouldn't have sent people to the 3,000 holy cities. When your father was still in power, he didn't dare to attack the Golden Heavens. You actually dared to attack. The Golden Heavens is really being underestimated. Ling Xiao sneered at the Dragon Emperor. You don't have to say those polite words. Attack. My purpose today is to destroy the deep-sea dragon domain. There's no room for negotiation. You're looking down on the deep-sea dragon domain too much. Hearing that the other party was a martial artist of the Golden Heavens, the Dragon Emperor knew that today's matter would probably not be settled peacefully. The only way was to kill the other party. So he activated his divine essence and released a terrifying aura. For a moment, the wind raged and heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. Endless power rushed toward Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Since there was no way out, why should they be afraid? Seeing the Dragon Emperor attack, the remaining king of the South Sea and king of the North Sea also attacked. The remaining martial artists of Dragon City seemed to have found their backbone, and there was a strong murderous intent in their eyes. No matter who this person was, he was too arrogant. He actually looked down on the deep-sea dragon domain. That's right. If you guys don't attack, I really can't bear it. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The next moment, 1,000 meters of ice was frozen. In an instant, all the martial artists who rushed toward Ling Xiao were frozen. The extreme coldness directly froze many martial artists to death. Their attacks were all frozen. The dragon god's ice formation under the body of a venerable sovereign was simply too powerful. It was too terrifying, even a third-level divine body, realm martial artist. They were also frozen to death. Freeze kill. In an instant, there were only 3 people left on the scene. The Dragon Emperor and the 2 Supreme Kings. Ling Xiao pointed out lightly. A finger force broke through the air. The king of the South Sea was also killed. Deep Sea Storm Fist. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor broke free and waved his hands. Violent energy bloomed. They turned into a terrifying storm, trying to tear Ling Xiao apart. It's useless. Ling Xiao shook his head and punched out. The storm dissipated, but the fist force was still heading toward the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor, run. I'll stop him. The king of Beihai, the only one left, stood out at this time. You're very loyal. Unfortunately, I won't spare your life just because of your loyalty. Ling Xiao glanced at the Lord of Beihai indifferently. His left hand pointed out. It was the same void shattering finger and the same escaping light. It pierced through the Lord of Beihai's forehead and shot toward the Dragon Emperor. The pitiful Lord of Beihai barely managed to block Ling Xiao for a second before dying tragically in his hands. I will kill you. The Dragon Emperor knew that he could not escape. He dodged Ling Xiao's finger force. His entire body transformed into a howling storm. For a time, Dragon City was wreaking havoc and the sky darkened. Ling Xiao looked at all of this indifferently. The dragon god's ice array was activated again. The violent hurricane was gradually unable to move and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the Dragon Emperor was frozen. Fear flickered in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Ling Xiao finally changed back to his original appearance. Don't you want to know who I am? I'll let you see. You're about to die anyway. You. Impossible. How is this possible? If the person who killed them was an expert from Golden City, he could still accept it. But what was going on? The person who attacked was actually Ling Xiao. He was about to break down. Got it. Then go to hell. The reverse god sword pierced through the ice layer and crazily absorbed the Dragon Emperor's blood essence. As the Dragon Emperor's body shriveled up, the reverse god sword finally broke through and reached the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. If he released the Taotai, it would be a 4th level Divine Body Realm Taotai. This guy was Ling Xiao's other trump card. Beast God, Sky Devouring, Flash, Greater Mastery. Reverse God Technique, Mastery. Reverse God Tao Tai, Divine Body Realm 4th level. Cultivation, Shattered Core Realm 8th level. 70% of the energy in the Cultivation Sea. This was Ling Xiao's result after this battle. His cultivation didn't break through, but the power of his 2 powerful attacks increased by at least 10 times. Now, the power of the single word technique was no less than the introductory 2-word technique. The Beast God Sky, Swallowing Flash became Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill. After turning Dragon City into ruins, Ling Xiao quietly left. When he arrived at Golden City, it was exactly 2 days later. This time he was out for 4 whole days. Senior Fire Emperor, why are you waiting for me here? Before entering Golden City, Ling Xiao saw the Fire Emperor standing there. Beside the Fire Emperor, there were a few corpses that had been burned to bones. Ling Xiao understood with a glance. This Punishment Law King is really bold enough to actually want to intercept and kill me? Thank you, Senior. If I didn't come, you wouldn't have died. The reason why I'm waiting here is to tell you something troublesome. The Fire Emperor frowned. Senior, please speak. Ling Xiao said. Did you find those neutral martial artists and get them to vote for you? And you even gave them something? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. You're silly. Those people definitely wouldn't dare to betray the punishment hall. Even if you tempted them with great gifts, they would only agree on the surface. At that time, they would definitely go back on their words and even announce that you gave them gifts. That would be troublesome. If you don't say this, it'll be an unspoken rule. If you say it, the punishment hall will definitely have a reason to eliminate you. You won't even have the qualifications to participate. The Fire Emperor was a little disappointed. Hee, am I that stupid? Ling Xiao laughed. The Fire Emperor was stunned. Did you already know that this would happen? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Who am I? To be arrogant. I'm afraid that Senior isn't as knowledgeable as I am. You've always lived in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As for me, I came all the way from the Heavenly Dragon Continent. What kind of rotten things have I not seen before? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm afraid it's useless for them to go back on their words. You made me nervous for nothing. The Fire Emperor let out a breath. He knew that since Ling Xiao said it was fine, it would definitely be fine. This time, the Penal Law King encountered such a cunning little thing. He was afraid that he would suffer a setback. Tomorrow is the assessment, right? Hurry up and go back. I still want to have a good sleep. I'm tired these few days. Ling Xiao stretched and flew in the direction of the Fire Emperor Palace. Early the next morning, it was the beginning of the very important event in the Golden City. The first round of the Golden Sovereign selection began. Early in the morning, many martial artists were already waiting there. Everyone wanted to know who would be the Golden Sovereign this time. Even if there were no supporters, they still wanted to watch the show. Seeing Ling Xiao appear with a happy face, the Punishment King sneered. You won't be able to laugh later. I'll make you scram in the first round. Even if you're as cunning as a fox, if you can't participate in the later rounds, how are you going to be the Golden Sovereign? Chapter 47-25. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Jinding before turning to look at Yang Fan, who was standing behind Huang Jinding. This Yang Fan had always made him feel extremely pressured. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The Golden Sovereign's test was held in the Golden City's plaza. Most people were qualified to watch the test. However, ordinary warriors would not be able to get close to it, other than the 100 judges. There were the higher-ups and the 6 candidates in the center of the plaza. It had to be said that today's Grand Plaza was truly a gathering of heroes. The 4 supreme martial artists were here. There was no lack of martial artists at the 4th and 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. They had no choice but to come. After all, the Golden Sovereign was related to the future of the Golden City and the entire Golden Sky region. The current golden sovereign was very old. He could pass away at any time. Therefore, the current golden sovereign was very likely to be the successor. It was important. They had to pay attention to it. The first round tested the popularity of the candidates. As a leader, it would be very awkward if no one supported him. Generally speaking, the candidates who won the first round would have a 90% chance of becoming the golden sovereign. This had happened before. After all, the strength and wisdom of the candidates were usually on par. The difference between the last two rounds would not be too big. Therefore, the first round was very important. This was why Ling Xiao and the punishment hall placed so much importance on this round. Young man, even if you don't get a high score in this round, you have to persevere. Don't be discouraged. Try to get more points later. At this moment, the Flower King walked to Ling Xiao and said with concern. Ling Xiao stood up and nodded. He did not say anything. From the Flower King's tone, he could tell that the Flower King did not have much confidence in his results. After all, he did not have any foundation in the Golden City. Moreover, he had offended the punishment hall. Many warriors would not dare to openly support him. However, this round of voting was open. It was normal to lose. Just listen to the discussions around him. Although I admire Ling Xiao, I'm afraid he will make a fool of himself in this round. Offending the punishment hall will not end well. Yes, and many people are jealous of him for meeting Di Zun twice. Maybe they won't vote for him because of this. What a pity. I really hoped that he could win and slap the punishment hall's face. Those fellows from the punishment hall are too overbearing. I've had enough of them. Shill, lower your voice. Do you want to die? If you want to support them, you should support them secretly. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Sigh, the punishment hall covers the sky with one hand. Our golden city will never be able to rise again. No matter how angry you are, today's result is already very obvious. Huang Jinyu, the king of many treasures, definitely got the most votes, followed by Valkyrie Yangshi, Thunder Sword Raymond, and Little Fire God Bailey Shuo. The Undying King and Ling Xiao are probably the weakest. That's probably it. Although the voting had yet to begin, people had already made their own judgments. Even those who supported Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to win this round. Moreover, he would lose miserably. Just like the Undying King, he was just a bystander. It seems that no one is optimistic about you. Those from the punishment hall are even more outspoken. They criticize you in speech and in writing. Can you still bear it? The Flame Emperor asked with a smile. Bear it? Hee hee. I'm worried that they won't be able to bear the final result. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ha, you brat. Then I'll wait for a good show. The Flame Emperor laughed loudly. This caused a lot of confusion. Ling Xiao, whom the Flame Emperor supported, was clearly about to lose. Why was the Flame Emperor laughing so happily? Why? At this moment, the Punishment Hall Master, the King of Fairness, who was in charge of hosting this event, appeared in the center of the square. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Punishment King Huang Jinding was. The host of such a crucial event was actually his subordinate. It was no wonder that people said that controlling the Punishment Hall was equivalent to controlling the entire Golden City. If it weren't for the fact that the Punishment Hall Master was weaker than an emperor, he would have rebelled long ago. The moment the King of Fairness appeared, the restless crowd stopped. No one dared to make a sound, and they all quietly listened to him speak. After a bunch of nonsense opening remarks, the King of Fairness finally went straight to the point. Then, the grandest competition of the Golden Sky region will now begin. Everyone also noticed that there was a ballot box in front of each of the 6 candidates. Whoever the judges support, vote in the ballot box in front of the candidate. Of course, there is one more thing to note. Every time you vote, you must explain the reason for voting. Otherwise, it won't count. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Everyone should be clear about what the Golden Sovereign means. We have to choose a suitable ruler, not a bloodthirsty and cruel madman. Every vote in your hands is incomparably sacred. Don't take it lightly. This is related to the future of Golden City and the well-being of hundreds of millions of martial artists. When voting, please touch your conscience. Is this vote right for the Emperor, right for your family, and right for the thousands of heroic spirits? At this point, he looked at Ling Xiao without hiding anything. If some vicious person ascends to the position of Golden Sovereign, not only will it cause internal strife in Golden City, it might even ruin your illustrious reputation. You're just a host. Aren't you talking too much nonsense? From what you're saying, it seems that the Golden Sovereign is not from your king's mansion or punishment hall, and you're planning to rebel. Others didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that Ling Xiao didn't dare. Since the other party had already made it clear, what was he afraid of? Shut up! The King of Punishment shouted sternly, and his violent voice was like a heavy hammer smashing towards Ling Xiao. However, it was easily resolved by the Fire King. Hee, the King of Punishment is so powerful. I even suspect that the people who voted for the King of Many Treasures were threatened by you. Just now, the King of Fairness said it well. When voting, touch your conscience. Don't make a decision that will let down your ancestors and the Golden City. You'll go to hell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He easily resolved the pressure brought by the King of Fairness's words on the voters. One must know that when the King of Fairness said that, many of the judges were actually a little intimidated, especially those with a lower cultivation base. Among the judges, at least 1/3 of them had to be divine core warriors. There were more than 30 of them. All right, the voting has begun. Stop arguing. The Flower Queen finally came out to be the peacemaker again. Ling Xiao gave her face, and so did the King of Punishment. Therefore, the argument stopped for now. The first one to come out was the judge from the punishment hall. These 100 judges were numbered as well. Because they had to explain the reason for voting, they could only come out one by one. They couldn't all come out together. Chapter 47:26. The judge of Punishment Hall turned out to be the King of Fairness himself. He picked up his vote, walked to Huang Jinyu and directly voted. Then he said, I swear to the ancestors of Golden City. This vote is sacred and fair. King of Many Treasures, Huang Jinyu, is the most loyal warrior of Golden City. He has made great contributions to Golden City many times. He is modest and cautious, does not kill the innocent, and is not arrogant. His reputation is excellent, so he is the most qualified to become the Golden Sovereign. I am voting for him, and I believe everyone agrees. Compared to someone who is bloodthirsty, does not follow the rules, and has not made any contributions, he is simply many times better. Originally, he only needed to explain why he voted for Huang Jinyu. However, this King of Fairness wanted to criticize Ling Xiao because he did not want Ling Xiao to get votes. It would be best if he got 0 votes. Then Ling Xiao would be completely finished. Because according to the rules, if the number of votes in the first round is less than 1, then this person will be directly removed from the list of candidates. Ling Xiao did not say anything this time, because in a while, someone will naturally slap this King of Fairness in the face, so he did not need to say anything. The second voter was still a martial artist of Punishment Hall. Of course, he still chose Huang Jinyu, and because the King of Fairness had made a very bad start. So when this guy was commenting, he also fiercely attacked Ling Xiao. As the King of Fairness said, King of Many Treasures is sincere and kind, and has made countless contributions. Naturally, I vote for him. Unlike someone who has just joined Golden City for a few days, he actually dares to kill his compatriots. Relying on the ancestors' high regard for him, he completely does not put others in his eyes. I hope that the next judges will not be afraid of his fierce power and will not be bought by him. Voting must be fair. This is responsible for the future, responsible for Golden City. Next, more than a dozen people voted for Huang Jinyu. and the comments were surprisingly consistent and somewhat strange. Most of the words were used to attack Ling Xiao. The evaluation of Huang Jinyu was a simple sentence. Many people looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a furious expression on Ling Xiao's face, but there was none. The Ling Xiao they saw was still as calm as ever. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. Finally, of the 30 representatives on the side of the Punishment King, only 3 were left. One of them stood up and took a deep breath. Then he walked toward the 6 candidates. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he cast his vote into Ling Xiao's ballot box. At that moment, the entire place was deathly silent. If the Fire King Palace or even the neutral cultivators had voted for Ling Xiao, everyone could still accept it. However, this person was the representative of the Punishment Hall. He was the representative of the Criminal Law King's mansion. Bastard, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and take out the tickets. The King of Fairness's brain heated up as he stood up and roared. What? Does the King of Fairness intend to interfere with other people's voting? Now, who was the one threatening the voters? However, it was also true that the King of Justice kept on saying how great the golden jade of the King of Many Treasures was. However, even his own people didn't believe him. Your ability to lie is too lousy. Ling Xiao stood up. Since this person had voted for him, then he had the right to protect him. What's the reason? The King of Fairness suppressed his anger and asked, Before I explain the reason, I swear to the ancestors and the Di-Zun Master with my conscience. Everything I'm about to say is true. To vote for Ling Xiao, there are actually people asking for a reason? Are you stupid? How could the person supported by the Di-Zun Master be bad? Are you doubting the Di-Zun Master's vision? Or are you doubting the Di-Zun Master's judgment? Even for that traitor disciple, the Di-Zun Master was the first to see that he had evil intentions and accepted him as a disciple to control him. At that time, if the Punishment King hadn't been blind and pleaded for mercy, the Di-Zun Master would have killed that traitor long ago. In addition, you said that Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty? That's not funny. Everyone present probably knew what happened that day. It was the people from the Punishment Hall who wanted to kill the Crown Prince first, and the Crown Prince resisted. You don't dare to say it because you're afraid of the Punishment Hall's ferocious power, but I'm not afraid. I'll go all out today. Then there's the King of Many Treasures, Golden Jade, that you all praised like a flower. He didn't kill innocent people. There are no less than 100 examples of him killing innocents that I know and have evidence of. Where do you think he got all those treasures from? He stole them from others. And what about the merits? That's even more ridiculous. What has Huang Jinyu done for the City of Gold except for filling his own pockets? Why don't you say something? You have nothing to say, right? So, what's wrong with me voting for Ling Xiao? I'm going to kill you, you traitor. Huang Jinyu's calm smile turned into a ferocious one. However, before he could do anything, he was suppressed by the Flower King. Can't you keep your cool? Look at Ling Xiao. He was criticized by more than 20 people, but he didn't care at all, because he believes in his own cultivation. What about you? Can't you stand a few words from others? If you want to kill him, you have to ask for my permission first. In fact, when the Di-Zun Master wasn't here, the Flower King was the most powerful person. After all, he was like a queen. Back off, Huang Jinyu. The King of Punishment didn't look good either. In fact, everyone knew what the man said just now, but they didn't dare to say it out loud because of the King of Punishment. Huang Jinyu really couldn't keep his cool. Huang Jinyu had no choice but to return to his seat. The King of Punishment didn't return to his seat. Instead, he sat behind Ling Xiao. Next, I agree with him. Ling Xiao is the most suitable candidate. As for Huang Jinyu, he's just an animal in human clothes. It's him who defiled my sister. I didn't say it out loud. It's because I'm afraid. However, Ling Xiao's appearance gave me courage. I believe that the City of Gold will become better with the Crown Prince around. Some people say that the crown prince hasn't done anything. What a joke. At the very least, he helped the Gold Sky region stand up straight in the chaotic sand ocean. Haven't we suffered enough in the past few years? After he finished speaking, he sat down behind Ling Xiao, just like the previous person. If it was only one person, it would be fine. But now there were two people. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Initially, he thought that Ling Xiao would definitely suffer a crushing defeat in the first round. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that something was amiss. The King of Punishment's expression changed from smug to gloomy. I was tricked by this kid. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. His so-called backup plan was those neutral cultivators. I also want to vote for Crown Prince Ling Xiao. Only someone with such courage can lead us through this difficult time. He's not a piece of trash like Huang Jinyu, who ran away at the last minute. During one of our missions, he abandoned his companions and ran away. He thought that no one knew about it, but I know very well. At this moment, the last cultivator of punishment stood up. Chapter 47:27. Seeing the indignant looks on the faces of the punishment hall's people, Ling Xiao revealed a gloating expression. Who asked you to trick me? Now you know what it feels like to be tricked, right? With the Fire Emperor and the Flower Emperor here, the Punishment Palace didn't dare to do anything. They could only endure this. The surrounding warriors secretly gave the three of them a thumbs up. In this era, not many people dared to speak the truth. After the 30 representatives of the Punishment Palace finished voting, Huang Jinyu got 27 votes. That was not bad. Next was the voting of the Flower Emperor Palace's warriors. Basically, the Flower Emperor Palace voted for Yang Shi. What was surprising was that there were two tickets that were a little surprising. One of them was for the Undying King. The girl's reason was that the Undying King was a rare expert among the neutral warriors, so she should support him. Ling Xiao suspected that the Flower Emperor had asked her to do this on purpose. If this continued, the Undying King would be eliminated in the first round. That would be a pity. The other vote was for Ling Xiao. The voter was Yin Lihua. The reason was simple and clear. It was because Ling Xiao had saved her. After the voting of the Flower Emperor Palace ended, Yang Shi was in first place with 28 points. Huang Jinyu got 27 points. Ling Xiao got 4 points. The Undying King got 1 point. Next was the voting of the Thunder Emperor Palace. 26 people from the Thunder Emperor Palace voted for Lei Meng. Each of them had their own reasons. Of the other 4, 3 voted for Ling Xiao, and 1 voted for the Undying King. These 4 people were all bribed by Ling Xiao. He also deliberately chose to vote for the Undying King. On one hand, it would prevent the Thunder Emperor from suspecting him. On the other hand, he didn't want the Undying King to be eliminated so quickly. It would be more interesting if there were more people. After the Thunder Emperor Palace, it was the Fire Emperor Palace. In the Fire Emperor Palace, Bailey Shu got 15 votes, and so did Ling Xiao. By the end of the voting, the general situation could be seen very clearly. However, the key to who would be able to take first place was still the martial artist. It was said that the martial artist who scored first in every round would be rewarded with a 6-dragon veins monarch weapon by the Golden Sky region. Although Ling Xiao didn't care for it, it could still be used to buy people's hearts. When it was time for the neutral martial artist to vote, everyone became nervous. Huang Jinding was also very nervous. He had been slapped hard in the face in the previous vote, and he was really uncomfortable. Next, he wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. The first neutral warrior to vote was Zhang Tong. After Zhang Tong came up, he scolded Ling Xiao and praised Huang Jinyu. When people thought that he would definitely vote for Huang Jinyu, Huang Jinding's face was beaming with joy. Zhang Tong suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Everyone was startled for a moment. He actually voted for Ling Xiao. F***CK, are you playing with us? Someone shouted. Even Zhang Tong himself was baffled. He had already decided to switch sides at the last moment due to the threat of the punishment hall. But in the end, he was completely unable to control himself. He voted for Ling Xiao. "Prince, save me." Zhang Tong realized what a stupid mistake he had made. He accepted Ling Xiao's gift, but betrayed Ling Xiao. But for some reason, he still voted for Ling Xiao. Even he himself didn't know why. But he knew that the punishment hall wouldn't let him off. "Save you? You accepted my gift and still want to betray me. If I didn't have a backup plan, wouldn't I have been played to death by you? Get lost." Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for such a person. If you are afraid of the punishment hall, then don't accept the gift and don't do anything. You deserve to die. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. It's all the punishment hall's fault. They threatened me and made me talk nonsense here. Zhang Tong shouted loudly, but unfortunately he had already been dragged down. His life was already over. He would probably be killed by the punishment hall soon, and his entire family would be killed. Ling Xiao didn't even have the slightest intention of saving him. If such a person could betray you once, he could betray you a second time. The next 6 neutral cultivators all did the same thing as Zhang Tong. They criticized Ling Xiao without restraint as if they were reading a script. In the end, they voted for Ling Xiao. It was as if their brains short-circuited. It wasn't until the 8th person came up to praise Ling Xiao and voted for Ling Xiao. The previous lesson was already very severe. Even a fool could tell that something was wrong. At this time, if he still dared to betray Ling Xiao, he would be courting death. It was the same for the 9th person. The 10th person was old stubborn. The first thing he did when he went up was to return the emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns that the punishment hall gave him. The punishment hall wants to bribe me, but unfortunately, I'm not that kind of person. Just as the King of Fairness said, I have to be responsible for the city of gold and my ancestors. This was an even more ruthless slap to the face. The punishment hall's underwear was stripped off. Old Stubborn voted for Ling Xiao. At this point, the voting ended. Ling Xiao had a total of 32 votes and was ranked first. Yang Shi had 28 votes and was ranked second. Huang Jinyu had 27 votes and was ranked third. Raymond had 26 votes and was ranked fourth. Bailey Shu had 15 votes and was ranked fifth. The Undying King only had 2 votes and was ranked sixth. In fact, the score difference between the first few people was not that big. Anyway, the Undying King basically had no chance of getting the Golden Sovereign, unless there was a huge accident. Bailey Shu's chances were also very low. The real competition was between the first 4 people. Ling Xiao, who was thought to be in the last place, had actually become the first. Ling Xiao had gotten the most points in the round where it was the least likely to score. How could this be reasonable? We were all fooled by that kid. Yang Fan was not that excited. To him, the Golden Sovereign selection was just a small show. In fact, he did not care about the final result. Of course, if someone from the punishment hall became the Golden Sovereign, it would be beneficial to his plan. How did he do it? The Fair King asked, puzzled. Soul's secret technique. Yang Fan sneered. This kid is really a genius. Not only is he powerful, he also knows Soul's secret technique. Punishment King, you have to remind Huang Jinyu to be careful when he meets this kid in the next 2 rounds. Understood. Huang Jinding glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. He could not be as calm as Yang Fan. He was very angry in his heart. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding and suddenly said, Everyone, today's voting. It can be said to be the greatest moment in the history of the Golden Sky region. Most of you can still stick to your conscience and make a fair vote. No matter if you voted for me, the Valkyrie, Raymond, the Undying King, or Bailey Shu. You all have your own reasons, but you all voted with your conscience. As for the other people, they really have bad consciences. It's a disgrace to have such scum in Golden City. Uft. The fair king vomited blood. F***CK. Ling Xiao actually took advantage of him and still acted like he was innocent. Can't he just leave obediently? Why did he have to show off here? It was really infuriating. Chapter 47:28. Ling Xiao, stop right there. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. The one who roared at Ling Xiao was a punishment elder at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. This person looked quite righteous. He was the kind of martial artist with thick eyebrows and big eyes who looked like a righteous person. However, there were people who looked good on the outside but were rotten on the inside. This guy was obviously pushed out to be the vanguard. It wasn't good for Huang Jinding to get angry. The King of Fairness directly vomited blood. This person was the punishment elder, and his seniority was actually older than the 4 supreme kings. Therefore, many people were more respectful to him. Even the 4 supreme kings had to address him as senior in the past. The first round had already ended, and everyone was preparing to leave the square. This person roared, and everyone's attention was focused on him again. It's Elder Lu Shan. What is he trying to do? I don't know, but it seems like he's going to make things difficult for the crown prince. Ling Xiao also looked at this old man. He was usually more polite to the elderly. However, he wouldn't be polite to some old bastards who took advantage of their seniority. Elder Lu Shan, is there something you need? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shan coldly and smiled faintly. Punishment Hall was really a coward to push this person out. If they wanted to find fault, the King of Fairness or Punishment King would be more suitable. Of course there's something. Elder Lu Shan's emotions suddenly became agitated, like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He didn't look at Ling Xiao, but looked at the others instead. Everyone here should know. I've been loyal to the City of Gold all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Moreover, I've always been a docile person who doesn't like to talk much. However, today I have to say it, because something that might endanger the future of the City of Gold has happened. Maybe I'll die on the spot after saying these words. However, I'm not afraid. No matter what, I have to say what's in my heart. This Ling Xiao is bloodthirsty. Don't you admit it? He just came to the City of Gold and killed the most loyal warrior of Punishment Hall, Lin Hong. Lin Hong was in the wrong. However, he was loyal to the City of Gold and had rendered meritorious service. He could not be lynched. Ling Xiao relied on the protection of a venerable emperor to act lawlessly. He didn't put our Punishment Hall in his eyes at all. Don't be happy with some people. This kind of person is nice to you now, but after the Punishment Hall is destroyed, it will be time to deal with you. Even if he is the one recommended by the ancestor, this old man will still risk everything. Such a person could actually get the most votes, and there were even people voting for him. Has the City of Gold become so dark and unjust? Elder Lu Shan's words could be said to be filled with righteous indignation, fully putting himself in the position of a righteous person. It seemed like he was really doing it for the Golden City and the Golden Heavens. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shan indifferently, quietly listening to his hysterical voice. This old fool. It was obvious that he had been used. Or rather, he was not stupid, because he was a participant in this plan. In order to ruin Ling Xiao's reputation, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. How big of a grudge was this? No, this was not to mess with Ling Xiao. This target was obviously the venerable emperor behind Ling Xiao. If he ruined Ling Xiao's reputation, the venerable emperor would also be ruined. It was really a vicious plan. Needless to say, even if Ling Xiao did not kill Lu Shan today, Lu Shan would definitely die. Either he would commit suicide, or the punishment hall would kill him. It was really a vicious plan that could not be broken. If this old fool was being used, then there was still a chance to break it. But if this old fool was one of the plotters and wanted to use this dark military strategy to frame him and the venerable emperor, it was really difficult to deal with. It seemed that this old fool was not a stupid person. After all, he was able to sit in the position of Punishment Hall Elder. He must be very smart. So the second possibility was the most likely. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness. In that case, he might as well kill this old fool on the spot and end all troubles. Even if he would be scolded for being heartless, he did not care. In any case, the first round of the examination was over, and the punishment hall was powerless to reverse the situation. As for the negative effects, when the lotus flower attacked, he would naturally make up for it. In the eyes of many people, this Lu Shan was a true righteous person. Even if the punishment hall had many faults, Lu Shan had never used his power to oppress others, and he was very fair in dealing with many things, at least on the surface. Ling Xiao had also investigated Lu Shan's dark history, but unfortunately, he could not find a trace of it. This was interesting. In fact, everyone should have some dark history. This old fool was as pure as a white lotus. There was really something strange about him. It made people feel that something was not right. At this time, Lu Shan directly targeted the Flame Emperor. Lord Flame Emperor, you are high and mighty. If this subordinate offends you, he will definitely die very quickly. But this subordinate does not care today. I want to tell all the truth, or this world will be hopeless. They are all hypocrites. You are the Flame Emperor, one of the 4 supreme kings, but you are protecting a crazy bloodthirsty. Don't you know? This Ling Xiao once came into contact with the Death Spirit Emperor in the Death Spirit world. Aren't you worried that he has already submitted to the Death Spirit Emperor? Otherwise, with his little cultivation, how could he leave alive and obtain so many treasures? You are really too muddle-headed. In case, I only say in case because I have no evidence. If he is the Death Spirit Emperor's man and becomes the Golden Sovereign, our Golden City will really be finished. This was the key. Previously, when he said that Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty, many people did not think that it was a big deal. This was the world of martial artists, so it was nothing to kill a lot. Moreover, the incident that day was indeed the punishment hall's people who attacked first. But if it was related to the Death Spirit Emperor, it would be troublesome. Even if he did not have evidence, his words made Ling Xiao a suspect. Once there was suspicion, it would be terrible. Obviously, many martial artists began to waver. Lu Shan, you have to be responsible for what you said. The consequences of slandering a prince like this will be very serious. The Flame Emperor said coldly. What? Flame Emperor, are you threatening me? Unfortunately, I'm not afraid. Standing behind me are the martial artists of the Golden City. Even if you kill me and my family, I will still speak the truth. A trace of cunning flashed in Lu Shan's eyes. The more the Flame Emperor was agitated, the prouder he was. In any case, he had already decided to sacrifice himself and use his life to completely defeat Ling Xiao, the Flame Emperor, and the Di Zun. Do you think I don't dare? The Flame Emperor was really angry. He had a bad temper, so how could he stand this guy's provocation? Flame Emperor, calm down. Elder Lu Shan's acting is so good. Why don't you enjoy it? Come, come, come. I have wine and food here. Let's eat and watch. Just as the Flame Emperor was about to make a move, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Chapter 47:29. Unknowingly, the ballot box on the table in front of Ling Xiao had been removed. Instead, it was replaced with a few simple dishes and a jar of wine. Elder Lu Shan, please continue. He took a sip of wine and smiled at Lu Shan. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment. He was a little annoyed in his heart. This Ling Xiao was clearly just a brat, but he actually had such self-control. He had already said such things, but this kid was not angry at all. He had no choice but to continue acting. He even cried bitterly. You're just doing this to let everyone see you putting on an act. You want to wait for everyone to leave and secretly kill me, right? As a prince, you're really a coward. Since you want to kill me, why don't you kill me now? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Elder Lu Shan, do you really want to die? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Shan suddenly revealed a look of joy. This kid was indeed a little inexperienced. He finally couldn't hold it in. Thus he struck while the iron was hot and said, "It's not that this old man wants to die, but this old man said such a truth, so I will definitely be killed by you. Today, with Lord King of Law here, you won't dare to act recklessly. But later, you will definitely be ruthless to me. This old man has thought it through. Some deaths are lighter than a feather. Some are heavier than a mountain. If this old man's death can wake some people up and bring a future to the City of Gold, I can die without regrets." "Oh, is that so? If that's the case, I can kill you now?" Ling Xiao chuckled. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment. He saw an unsettling meaning in Ling Xiao's smile. In the next moment, Ling Xiao suddenly made his move. The void-shattering finger shot out without any suspense. The finger force that transcended the void instantly blew up one of Lu Shan's arms. At this time, it was obviously not suitable for leveling up, so Ling Xiao activated the Emperor physique from the beginning. It was a pity that the people present, except for Fire King, had never seen the Lotus Sutra, let alone the existence of the three venerables. Even if he knew, he would never have thought that Ling Xiao would actually know such a miraculous cultivation method. Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? This was the question that many people had. Oh no, Ling Xiao is really going to make a move. He really can't hold back his temper. Sigh. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Elder Lu Shan was purposely luring Ling Xiao to attack him. Doing so would only worsen Ling Xiao's situation in Golden City. Even venerable emperors will be dragged into this mess. It's possible that the sovereign emperor will abandon this prince in order to escape. These were the thoughts of those who firmly supported Ling Xiao. They didn't believe what Lu Shan said at all. He felt that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Huang Jinding finally smiled again. Although this move was a little despicable, the other party had no way to counter it. Not only could they smear Ling Xiao's reputation, but they could also attack Dizun as well. This caused the venerable sovereign's reputation to plummet. Before Lu Shan could react, another finger force pierced through the air toward him. Lu Shan's other arm was also crippled. Although his arm was crippled, it could be regrown. For a martial artist at the third level of the divine body realm, there was no problem. Unfortunately, he didn't have that chance. Lu Shan, who lost both his arms in an instant, had a huge drop in his strength. Ling Xiao simply switched back to his original body, because this was enough. If he used the venerable sovereign body for too long, he was afraid that others would see through it. This was his trump card at this stage, so he couldn't expose it so quickly. Ah! Lu Shan screamed miserably, but no one dared to help. Even the King of Punishment didn't dare to. If he helped Lu Shan now, it meant that he was also dissatisfied with Dizun. For the time being, he didn't want to do that. Therefore, Lu Shan had to bear this responsibility alone. This way, it would be more realistic. Lu Shan might not be afraid of death, but he was really frightened by Ling Xiao's vicious methods. There was fear in his eyes. His previous righteous indignation and determination to die became more and more fragile. Ling Xiao sneered. Since this old man liked to pretend to be a hero, fine, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. The nine-headed demon king, Snake, appeared behind him. Then, Ling Xiao activated a new formation diagram. Snake God Poison Domain Formation Diagram. In this formation diagram, not only would the terrifying poisonous fog always exist, its power was also much stronger than the pure nine-snake poison domain. In addition, as long as the formation diagram was not removed, there would be countless densely packed poisonous snakes attacking and biting the enemy. The pitiful elder Lu Shan already lost both his arms. He was currently urging his divine essence to recover his arms with all his might. At this time, he was surrounded by countless poisonous snakes. The terrifying poisonous fog even burrowed into his wounds. Under this kind of pain, the punishment of a basin seemed to be nothing. Some people really weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't survive this terrifying torture. This Lu Shan was actually already very powerful, facing such a cruel situation. He actually endured it. Although he was incomparably terrified, although he let out waves of screams, he still endured it. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's methods were definitely not so simple. Opening the heavenly demon eye, Lu Shan, whose soul had already been tortured, finally declared a complete collapse. "Spare me, I beg of you, spare me. It was the Punishment King who told me to do all of this. He promised to give me a monarch armament with 7 dragon markings." As soon as these words came out, Huang Jinding's face turned ashen. He had been completely tricked. The one who made this suggestion was Lu Shan himself, and he only nodded. Why did it sound like he was the mastermind when it came from Lu Shan's mouth? What an idiot! Yang Fan shook his head. "Huang Jinding, you really disappoint me. This matter is too careless. The seemingly unsolvable dilemma was actually for a kind opponent. But Ling Xiao was not kind. He could use the most vicious method to punish the wicked. This was why he would never be schemed against by the enemy." "Spare you?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "Since you're asking for death, then I'll naturally give you a reason to die. There's one more thing that you have to clarify for me." He suddenly took out a sword from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. This sword was a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. It was not as good as the Crimson Blood Demon Sword or the Reverse God Sword, but it had a very terrifying characteristic, which was that it could turn the martial artist it killed into an undead spirit clan member, and it would be controlled by the person holding the sword. The strength of the undead spirit clan member was closely related to the power of the user's attack. Its name was Soul Summoning Sword. Ling Xiao stabbed out with the sword and directly pierced Lu Shan's spirit realm. The moment Lu Shan died, he became an undead spirit clan member, and his cultivation was actually at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's attack power had reached the level of being able to kill a 3rd level divine body realm martial artist. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party was completely defenseless. Lu Shan is actually an undead spirit clan member. No wonder he wanted to smear Ling Xiao's reputation. I'm afraid even the undead spirit emperor doesn't want Ling Xiao to become the golden sovereign. Mobile version update website. M. Chapter 4730. Yes, although Ling Xiao is not strong now, he must have a way to deal with the dead spirit emperor. This kind of voice suddenly became the mainstream. Huang Jinding's face was not only ugly at this time, but he also felt like vomiting blood. How could Lu Shan be an undead spirit? He had played it big this time. Not only did he fail to kick Ling Xiao into the abyss, but he also got himself dirty. He's not an undead spirit. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with surprise and indifference. We've underestimated this Ling Xiao too much. This kid will definitely become our biggest obstacle. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Go and kill that guy. This way, you can clarify your relationship with Lu Shan. Huang Jinding hadn't reacted yet. The Flame King had already charged forward. Raging flames burned the heavens as he killed the undead warrior. Huang Jinding, you're really good. You actually let an undead spirit warrior sneak into the punishment hall and become an elder. Fortunately, he was forced to reveal his true form today. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to wash away the dirty water on his body. How could the Fire Emperor not seize such a good opportunity to bite back at Huang Jinding? He was so angry just now that he naturally had to vent it now. Fire Emperor, I believe that His Excellency was just careless. He's not stupid enough to let an undead spirit warrior come out to teach me a lesson. Even if he wants to cooperate with the dead spirit emperor, he should do it secretly. There's no need to blame him too much. On the surface, Ling Zhao's words were to help the Fire Emperor, but in fact, the more he spoke, the worse it became. He even hinted that the Fire Emperor was colluding with the dead Spirit Emperor. In fact, Ling Zhao's words were just nonsense. To be honest, the Fire Emperor was very cautious and didn't let him get a hold of it. Otherwise, he would have directly reported this matter to Huang Jinding, and the Fire Emperor would be finished. It could only be said that the opponent was really cunning. Today's victory was just a temporary victory. Looking at Yang Fan's calm expression, he knew that this opponent was far more terrifying than Huang Jinding. The matter of Lu Shan was indeed this old man's oversight. This old man apologizes to the emperor here. The same thing will never happen again. Our punishment hall will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. If we discover any more dead spirit clan martial artists, we will definitely execute them without mercy. Huang Jinding took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao. Then he turned and left with the people from the criminal law king's mansion. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose. This guy wasn't easy to deal with. Let's go too. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Yang Fan's back and sneered. No matter who you are, no matter how treacherous you are, if I, Ling Xiao, want to deal with you, then don't even think about turning the tables. Ling Xiao, you got 32 points in the first round. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble in the next 2 rounds. At this time, Yang Shi caught up and reminded him, in order to win, they will definitely do whatever it takes. I know. I've been very clear-headed since the beginning. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Actually, there's no need to worry. It won't be that easy for them to need me, Ling Xiao. However, don't you want to become the Golden Sovereign? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shi and asked. I don't want to. Yang Shi shook her head and said, If it weren't for you, I might have tried. But now I only support you. In the first round, because of Master, I couldn't make my own decision. But in the next 2 rounds, I will do my best to get you first place. You don't have to do this, Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Don't think too much. I just feel that you are more suitable to become the Golden Sovereign. You will definitely lead the Golden Heavens region to victory in the next battle, Yang Shi said very seriously. After saying that, she left, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to refute. Sigh, I can only apologize to you. Ling Xiao sighed. In his heart, there was no room for a second woman other than the Moon Maiden. If you force yourself to love, it will only harm others. It was better to not love at all. This would be better for everyone. What's wrong, Emperor? Are you worried about the second round of the assessment? That's right. They lost the first round, so they will definitely be crazier later on. I don't know what kind of methods they will use. The Fire Emperor saw Ling Xiao frowning and thought that Ling Xiao was worried about the competition, so he tried to comfort him. I will be careful. Ling Xiao smiled. It was better to focus on the competition. There was no point in thinking about other things at this time. We will rest for a day tomorrow. The second round of the assessment will be held the day after tomorrow. On the day of departure, Di Zun will announce the mission. You should rest well for the next 2 days. Don't think too much. It doesn't make much sense anyway. I still have a lot of faith in you, the Fire Emperor said again. The day after tomorrow? You're really busy. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The second round could be said to be the most important round. Although he got first place in the first round, the gap between his score and the other 3 wasn't that big. If he didn't perform well in the second round, he could only fight with his back against the wall in the last round. That wasn't safe because he didn't know what the rules of the battle were. Therefore, getting as many points as possible this morning was the way to go. The second round of the assessment is a bit troublesome because it's not just a test of combat strength. So I don't know what to do. In short, during the mission, try your best to complete some things. Try your best to stay united. Perhaps your score will be higher. It said that there are 10 scoring points, so there are 10 scoring teams. Each scoring team will pay attention to a scoring point and score each candidate. You don't have to worry about fairness. I told you before that the one who will be the judge is Huang Jinwei. Huang Jinwei's personal guard. Although there will be other warriors in the scoring team, the final score will be decided by the judges. Whether you can get a high score this time will depend on your own performance. I know. No one knew what the scoring point was before the end of the second round. Of course, Di Zun was an exception. However, Di Zun wouldn't tell Ling Xiao this. Since Ling Xiao chose to participate in the assessment, then it would be carried out according to the rules. There would be no point in cheating. It was better to explore all of this during the mission. At the same time, it was also a training for his own ability. After returning to the Fire Emperor's palace, Ling Xiao went to rest. At the same time, the Criminal Law King's palace was enveloped by a strange aura. This aura was able to make Di Zun's monitoring mistake. The scene he saw was completely different from the actual scene. At this time, there were many people gathered in the Criminal Law King's palace. Among them were Yang Fan, Huang Jinding, Fair King, and Huang Jinyu. There were even Undying King, Bailey Shuwu, and Raymond. They were all candidates for the Golden Emperor. Except for Ling Xiao and Yang Shui, they were all gathered here. Do you want to become stronger? Yang Fan looked at Undying King, Bailey Shuwu, and Raymond and asked, "What do you mean?" The three of them weren't idiots. When they heard Yang Fan's words, they knew that Yang Fan was the boss here and Huang Jinding was just below him. However, they didn't understand what Yang Fan meant. Who didn't want to become stronger? As long as one was a martial artist, they would want to become stronger. Chapter 47:31. If you want to become stronger, follow me. As Yang Fan spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying aura. He was actually at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. No wonder even the Golden Cauldron was afraid of him. The Undying King, Bailey Shuwu, and Raymond were stunned. What's your relationship with the dead Spirit Emperor? Bailey Shuwu suddenly asked. Oh, you actually saw through it. Since that's the case, things are simple. I'm the direct disciple of the dead Spirit Emperor. Also, I'm the one who betrayed the Golden Cauldron. I used to have a name called Fang Qinshao. Yang Fan suddenly felt that if he wanted to succeed, he couldn't limit himself to the punishment hall. He had to recruit subordinates from the outside. Among these three, one was at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon, while the other two were at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. If he could recruit them, it would definitely be a good thing. Ling Xiao wanted to become the Golden Cauldron King? Not a chance. Therefore, he announced his identity today. Aren't you afraid that we'll leak your identity? Bailey Shuwu frowned. The three of them weren't fools. In that instant, they realized something very troublesome. Now that they knew Yang Fan's identity and that he was Fang Qinshao, the only way to survive was to submit to Yang Fan. Otherwise, there was no other way. What are you afraid of? You won't leak it anyway. Yang Fan smiled faintly. You're all smart people. Since you're here today, you only have 2 choices. Either you submit or you die. You want us to submit to you? Don't even think about it. Raymond had a fiery temper. In the end, he wasn't as tolerant as the Undying King and Bailey Shuwu. Is that so? Yang Fan sneered. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Raymond. Before the others could react, Yang Fan had already injected something into Raymond's body. It was a black bug. Raymond screamed in fright and suddenly became sluggish. Dead spirit bug. Bailey Shuwu cried out in shock. He had once read about it in an ancient book. It was a bug that lived in tombs and could parasitize corpses. Then it could manipulate the corpses. That's right. It's a dead spirit bug, but my master, the dead Spirit Emperor, has already modified it. This allowed the dead spirit worms to live in the body of a living person. They survived by absorbing the energy of living people. At the same time, they could control the actions of living people. Raymond is now just a puppet of mine. Usually it just looks a little dull, but other than that, it hasn't changed much. Yang Fan sneered at Raymond and said, "Attack Bailey Shuo." Raymond received the order and attacked Bailey Shuo. Only then did Yang Fan shout for them to stop. He just wanted to show Bailey Shuo and the Undying King. Do you too understand now? The reason why I didn't use the dead spirit worms on you is because I don't need puppets. What I want are subordinates who can really get things done. Yang Fan looked at the two indifferently and said, "Take this thing, otherwise you'll end up like Raymond," he said while holding two cocoon-like objects in his hand. "The eggs of the dead spirit worms are sealed in here. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will release the seal and let the eggs live in your bodies. At that time, you'll end up like Raymond." Yang Fan was threatening them. It was a blatant threat. Because of Ling Xiao's appearance, his plan was messed up. He had to change his plan and speed up his plan. In fact, it was very risky to target these three people this time. If Huang Jindi found out, all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain an absolute advantage in the battle against Ling Xiao. Bailey Shuwu and the Undying King looked at each other. In the end, they had no choice but to do as Yang Fan said. They did not want to become puppets like Raymond, and they would definitely not be able to defeat Yang Fan. Therefore, this was the only way to save their lives. Very well. You only have one mission now, and that is to kill Ling Xiao by any means. In the past, Yang Fan thought that it would be enough to drive Ling Xiao away. However, ever since the end of the first round, he deeply realized just how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Drive him away? Absolutely not. He had to kill him to make him feel at ease. Understood. The two of them nodded and left one after another. Raymond also returned to the Thunder King Palace under Yang Fan's control. "Young master, is it worth it to do this for a mere Ling Xiao?" Huang Jinyu was a little unhappy. "If there is a chance in the second round, I will kill him." "No, you can't do that." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "In the second round, the biggest taboo is to fight with your own family. Not only can you not kill Ling Xiao, but you also have to complete the mission well. Only then will you be able to catch up to Ling Xiao's score. Although I don't know what the points are for now, it should be just a few points. Decisiveness, the ability to adapt, the ability to solve problems, and so on. As long as you pay attention to these, it won't be a problem to get a high score. So young master has always been considerate of me. This subordinate is stupid." Huang Jinyu hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "We are all on the same side, so let's not talk about this. In short, you have to remember that your mission is not to kill Ling Xiao. It is to complete the mission. As for killing Ling Xiao, I will naturally let someone else do it. After all, Yang Fan was once Huang Jindi's disciple, so he knew Huang Jindi's personality very well. He could indeed guess some of the points, although it was not very accurate. Fire King Palace. Ling Xiao was comprehending the second level of the Cosmic Light, Divine Fist. The difficulty of the Cosmic Light, Divine Fist, was much greater than he had imagined. After all, the first level was already very terrifying. It could make time stop. Many powerful warriors would be killed by him. Right at this moment, there was suddenly chaos outside. Ling Xiao frowned. This was the Fire King Palace, and there was an array formation protecting it. It should be impossible for anyone to attack. Then there was only one possibility. It was the people from the Fire King Palace looking for trouble. Even the Fire King couldn't interfere in this kind of matter. Scram! Ling Xiao was about to get up and check the situation. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Following that, 3 figures flew in. 3 holes were created in the wall. The 3 of them were the Spear King Enin Zilong, the Scarlet Flame Patriarch, and the Green Lotus Swordswoman. One of them was at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon, while the other 2 were at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Even with such strength, they were still sent flying. It could only mean that the opponent was too terrifying. Bailey Shuwu. Ling Xiao saw the figure that appeared at the door. It was Bailey Shuo. Bailey Shuo's eyes were emitting cold, killing intent, as though Ling Xiao was his father's murderer. Ling Xiao, ever since you came to the City of Gold, the Fire King Palace has been in a mess. Today, I must kill you and clear the Fire King Palace. Bailey Shuo glared at Ling Xiao and roared. At this moment, many warriors had gathered around. When they saw this scene, they didn't know what to do. Chapter 4732. On one side was Bailey Shuo, the Fire King Palace's #2 expert. On the other side was Ling Xiao, the Fire King's most valued young man. It didn't seem right to help either of them. Have you lost your mind? Ling Xiao frowned. His impression of Bailey Shuo wasn't such a brainless person. Even if Bailey Shuo hated him, he wouldn't use such a stupid method to deal with him. After all, this was the Fire King Palace. Once the Fire King attacked, Bailey Shuo might be killed. Lost my mind? That's right, I've lost my mind. No matter what you say, you have to die. Bailey Shuo roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't block a 4th-level divine physique echelon expert. In just an instant, he was blasted away by Bailey Shuo. Luckily, his body was strong enough, so he only suffered some light injuries. Also, why did it feel like Bailey Shuo didn't use his full strength? What was wrong with him? Did he underestimate him or go easy on him? Ling Xiao originally wanted to enter the D-Zune physique to kill Bailey Shuo, but he changed his mind. He was ready to take a gamble. Even if he was really killed, he could still revive. However, if he killed Bailey Shuo, there would be a lot of things that he couldn't figure out. Therefore, he endured it. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't fight back. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through him. Also, how could he miss such a good opportunity to train? He knew that his original body was definitely not a match for a 4th-level divine physique echelon expert, but the improvement it brought was really huge. After taking a hit from his opponent, the energy in his cultivation increased from 70% to 80%. It was really a lot. Sun God's blood diagram. This was a life-saving technique that he had to use. It contained the bloodthirsty plague, the bloody devil rat, and the vertical golden light technique. Moreover, they were all strengthened versions. It would be a waste if he didn't use them. At the same time, he chose Sky Tyrant possession. He took out the Void God sword. He didn't use the Crimson Blood Demon sword because he wanted to evolve the Cosmic Light Divine Fist in battle. That was how he evolved the Void Shattering Finger. Bailey Shuo's killing intent towards Ling Xiao was real. This was something that Ling Xiao and the spectating martial artists could all feel. It was precisely because this murderous aura was real that it stimulated the release of his potential. You're still trying to resist? What a joke. Do you really think you can defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the divine body realm? Bailey Shuo sneered. His movements became even faster, and his might became even more ferocious. Ling Xiao did not dare to meet force with force. Using the Earth Golden Light technique, he continuously dodged while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Although he was no match for the other party, how could it be so easy for the other party to kill him? Of course, the strength of a martial artist at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon was also extremely terrifying. Bailey Shuo was an expert in actual combat. Therefore, his experience and combat skills were extremely rich. Compared to some so-called geniuses, this was a true veteran. After all, he was already 180 years old. He had lived many years longer than Ling Xiao. Without the help of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao might not be able to defeat Bailey Shuo in terms of battle techniques. Fire God's Fist. Bailey Shuo suddenly activated his divine energy. The entire child God's blood diagram turned into a sea of flames. The surrounding buildings were also set ablaze. The martial artists frantically tried to put out the fire. Otherwise, this place would really turn into ruins. The fire god's fist enveloped the entire child god's blood diagram. Therefore, Ling Xiao could not avoid it. At that moment, he felt as though the entire world was enveloped in terrifying flames and was charging towards him. It was as though the world was falling apart. There was no way he could avoid it. He could only give it his all. Although Ling Xiao could not block all the fist shadows, he only needed to destroy the fist shadows in front of him. Dragon God's ice diagram. Void shattering finger, shatter the void. The instant the ice diagram was released, the fiery fist shadows that covered the sky were all frozen for a moment. It was merely a moment, not even a second. After all, the other party was too strong, and Ling Xiao did not use the power of the body of three supremes. Therefore, the ice diagram's power was weaker. However, it was enough. Shatter the void. Ling Xiao finally found a ray of hope for himself. After the endless fire god's fist landed, Ling Xiao activated the invincible divine ape diagram. The fire god's fist lasted for a full minute. Seeing this scene, the white silver dragon, green lotus swordswoman, and ancestor scarlet flame were all terrified. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would really be killed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was still breathing. Only then did they feel relieved. Blurg! Ling Xiao vomited mouthfuls of blood. Damn! Using the power of the original body to fight a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist was truly terrible. Even though he had already used many methods to reduce the damage, Bailey Shuwu still managed to severely injure him. However, at the same time, it also allowed his cultivation to have a substantial breakthrough. Boom! Ling Xiao's power suddenly increased by 10 times. His cultivation had broken through once again. He reached the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. Bailey Shuwu frowned, but an unnoticeable smile actually flashed across his eyes. It was not a sneer, but a gratified smile. What do you mean? Ling Xiao was even more confused. The fact that Bailey Shuwu came to kill him today was already strange enough. Bailey Shuwu's performance in the battle was even weirder. Although he looked murderous on the surface and wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but in reality, only Ling Xiao knew that Bailey Shuwu had not even released 70% of his power. It was obvious that Bailey Shuwu was going easy on him. He was definitely not underestimating his opponent. What happened? What is this guy thinking? Although Ling Xiao was smart, he still had no clue about this. He only felt that something was wrong with Bailey Shuwu today. Cosmic Divine Fist, Beast God's Sky-Devouring Flash. Although Ling Xiao was confused, he did not dare to stop the battle because Bailey Shuwu was coming for him again. Just one fire god's fist almost took his life. He definitely could not be so passive anymore. The instant Bailey Shuwu executed the Cosmic Divine Fist, he paused for a moment. It was just a short pause, but it was enough for Ling Xiao to release the Beast God's Sky-Devouring Flash, and it left a deep wound on Bailey Shuwu's body. You can actually hurt me? How rare! The smile in Bailey Shuwu's eyes became even wider, but he did not stop attacking. But this is not enough. When you were fighting Lu Shan, your attack seemed to be even stronger. Show me what you're capable of, or you'll really die today. Behind Bailey Shuwu, a figure made of flames suddenly appeared. It was his martial soul, which seemed to be a humanoid fire elemental life form. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt that Bailey Shuwu had completely released the power that he had been suppressing. Emperor Physique. Ling Xiao also adjusted his strategy. Since he had successfully broken through, there was no need for him to suffer anymore. Although his recovery speed was fast, it was still very painful every time he was injured. It was not a good feeling. There was no need for him to do this. Bailey Shuwu was stunned for a moment when he felt Ling Xiao's aura increase. Then he smiled. Chapter 47:33. Once Ling Xiao entered the body of the sovereign, Bailey Shuwu's advantage would be gone, especially when Ling Xiao activated the Sun God's Blood Array and the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul's possession. It would be even harder for Bailey Shuwu to resist. The Black Lotus Treasure Light and the Void-Shattering Finger created a void. Bailey Shuwu was killed in one move. The entire Fire King Palace fell into silence again. If it wasn't for the destroyed walls and houses, it would seem as if nothing had happened. Ling Xiao actually killed Bailey Shuwu. How is this possible? Could it be that his cultivation is fake? It must be. How can a 9th-level Shattered Core Realm Martial Artist fight against a 4th-level Divine Physique Realm Martial Artist? What's going on? Our Fire King Palace's martial artists are having an internal conflict? We lost Bailey Shuwu for nothing. Sigh. Those who didn't know what was going on sighed. Some even blamed Ling Xiao for being too ruthless. They were all on the same side. Couldn't you take it easy? Why did you have to kill him? Ling Xiao didn't give any explanation. He quickly repaired his residence with a secret technique and closed the door. He got the White Silver Dragon, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and the Green Lotus Swordswoman to stand guard outside. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. He appeared in a void. The void was a world of white. It was also a world of despair. Bailey Shuwu stood there waiting for Ling Xiao. He wasn't dead. Creating a void could send a martial artist directly into the void created by Ling Xiao. The laws in the void were all controlled by Ling Xiao. If he wanted someone to die, they would die. If he wanted someone to live, they would live. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the white world turned into green mountains and clear waters. The two of them sat in the green mountains and clear waters and started chatting. "You're in trouble?" Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry. This is a void created by me. No one can eavesdrop," he added when he saw that Bailey Shuwu was still hesitating. "That's right, I'm in trouble. This is actually a small matter. The key is that Golden City is in danger." Bailey Shuwu shook his head. "Today, I came to see if you have the ability to defend Golden City. If not, I would really kill you to prevent you from falling into the hands of those people and becoming a scourge." "Are you talking about Yang Fan?" A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he suddenly realized something. "You know," Bailey Shuwu said in surprise. He had never paid attention to the young man named Yang Fan before, but Ling Xiao had actually noticed him. "I'm just a little suspicious. Who is he, and what did he do to you?" Ling Xiao asked. "This Yang Fan, whose real name is Fangchen Xiao, is the disciple who betrayed the Dizun. He is now the direct disciple of the Death Spirit Emperor," Bailey Shuwu replied. No wonder. Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. This young Fan had terrifying strength and deep schemes. His identity must be extraordinary. It would be understandable if he was the direct disciple of the Death Spirit Emperor. He did not say much and quietly listened to Bailey Shuwu's words. He believed that Bailey Shuwu must have more important information to tell him. Sure enough, Bailey Shuwu continued, "The Undying King and I were both fed dead spirit worm eggs. According to Yang Fan, these eggs are sealed. As long as I do something wrong, the seal will be released. The dead spirit worms will hatch and completely control me." The pitiful Raymond was directly controlled by the death spirit worm and became a true puppet. "Is it okay for you to do this now?" Ling Xiao was worried. "I'm going all out today. No matter what, I don't want to be used by that bastard and become a stain on the Fire King Palace and a traitor of Golden City." Bailey Shuwu shook his head. "I'm different from you. I've been in Golden City since I was young. The Fire King has taken care of me. If I betray him, I'll be struck by lightning. Perhaps after I tell you this, I'll be controlled by the dead spirit worms. You don't have to be polite. Just kill me. I don't want to be played like a puppet." At this point, Bailey Shuwu's expression changed drastically. "Quick, do it!" Bailey Shuwu exclaimed. "The dead spirit worms are hatching." "Master, is there any way to get rid of the dead spirit worms?" Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. There is a way, but it's too late now. Let's freeze him first. This way, the dead spirit worm's eggs will also be frozen and unable to hatch. We need time. Yuan Venerate was knowledgeable and could think of an appropriate solution in an instant. Ling Xiao nodded and turned the space where Bailey Shiwu was into a cold space. Don't worry, I won't let you die or let you be controlled by the dead spirit worms. A loyal person like you shouldn't die like this. After he finished speaking, Bailey Shiwu had already turned into an ice sculpture. However, this was only temporary. It would allow Bailey Shiwu to live for more than a month. This was enough time for Yuan Venerate to come up with many solutions. Master, what did you say just now? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. Since Yang Fan was the one who made Bailey Shiwu eat the dead spirit worms, he must have the antidote on him. This thing will backfire on its owner. Yang Fan must have taken precautions. Yuan Venerate said, This is the simplest and most direct method. Another method is to inject a mortal fire into Bailey Shiwu's body to burn the dead spirit worm's eggs. However, this is very difficult and is even more difficult than cultivating a level 10 sacred grade cultivation technique. If you aren't careful, you might lose his life. Therefore, we should start with Yang Fan first. If it doesn't work, we will use another method. That's the only way. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Things had suddenly become a lot more difficult. However, at the same time, his target had become clearer. Previously, he didn't know who Yang Fan was and couldn't make a move casually. However, now that he knew that Yang Fan was the disciple of the dead spirit emperor and Huang Jindi, it would be easier to deal with him. When Ling Xiao came out of the space, he saw the flame emperor waiting there. Why are you so late? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Logically speaking, the Flame Emperor should have been the first to arrive after something like this had happened in the Flame Emperor Palace. It's all because of you. The Sovereign looked for me and gave you some help. He told me about the mission in advance. The Flame Emperor smiled and said, Is Bailey Shiwu all right? He's dead, Ling Xiao said with a straight face. Stop trying to fool me. He's not dead, right? The Flame Emperor didn't believe him at all. After all, Bailey Shiwu was his disciple. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would let him do it. You're smart. Although he's not dead, he's in a more troublesome situation. Ling Xiao then explained Bailey Shiwu's situation briefly. However, he didn't mention Yang Fan. The Flame Emperor was hot-tempered and couldn't hide things. Now wasn't the time to completely fall out with Yang Fan. It would be the time to do so after he became the Golden Sovereign and grasped power. Chapter 47-34. Although I know there are still some things you haven't told me, it's fine as long as he's fine. The Flame Emperor let out a sigh of relief and said, Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the mission. Ling Xiao nodded. Even the Sovereign was no exception. It seemed like he really wanted Ling Xiao to become the Golden Sovereign, so he didn't hesitate to break the rules. The Flame Emperor said, You're from the Dongsheng Strong Country, right? Yes, I have some grudges with the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor. Ling Xiao was someone who held grudges, although he didn't have time to go back and take revenge. He wouldn't forget about it. With his current strength, the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor wasn't much in his eyes. But the grudges wouldn't be lessened because of this. Thinking back, if he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by the experts sent by the Dongsheng Strong Country. The mission this time is near the Dongsheng Strong Country's capital. You should know that spatial cracks often appear in the mystic world. This time, a huge crack appeared near the Dongsheng Strong Country's capital. The Dongsheng Strong Country sent people to investigate. Most of the people had died inside, but there were some who were lucky enough to escape alive and explain the terrifying situation inside. A powerful race lives inside the crack. We call them lizard men. Their characteristics are similar to the beasts of the savage beast region. but they prefer to maintain the characteristics of the beasts. Usually, they appear in the form of beasts. The lizard men still maintain their primitive tribal form. There are a total of 12 tribes, and 6 of them are the strongest. Not only are their physical bodies strong, but they are also skilled in secret techniques. It is said that the strongest lizard men can even awaken the blood of an ancient dragon and evolve into a lizard dragon man. Their battle strength will soar. Every tribe of the lizard men believed in a kind of mental totem. This totem is not only a symbol, but it can also give them strength and help them cultivate. The 6 strongest totems are earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Your mission is to obtain as many totems as possible. Obtaining 6 totems will give you extra points in addition to the rating. Obtaining one of these 6 totems will give you 5 points. As for the other totems, obtaining one will give you 1 point. The ancestor really knows how to assign tasks. Does he have a grudge against these lizard men? Why do you want to steal someone else's totem? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. There really is a grudge between them. Ever since the humans went in to explore, lizard men would come out of the rift and hunt the humans nearby. Eastern Victory Strong Country is the territory of my Golden Sky region. How can the ancestor tolerate such a thing happening? Actually, there was an ultimate mission, which was to close the crack. If anyone could close the crack, not only will you be rewarded with 20 points, but you will also be rewarded with a monarch armament with 7 dragon patterns. The Flame Emperor replied, "How strong are the lizard men?" Ling Xiao asked. This was crucial. I'm not sure about the rest, but the leaders of the 6 tribes should be similar to our 4 Supreme Kings. The Flame Emperor said, "Looks like this mission doesn't require us to forcefully seize the totem." Hearing this, Ling Xiao roughly understood that these people were definitely not people they could contend against. If they wanted to seize the totem, they would have to think of another way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. This mission was really a battle of wits and courage. It was not something that could be completed simply with strength. To be honest, if they relied on strength alone, even the 4 Supreme Kings would be at a disadvantage. Do you have anything else you want to ask? The Flame Emperor asked. Of course, the more information about the lizard men, the better. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Ling Xiao firmly believed in this. This was not as simple as completing a mission. It was simply risking their lives. The slightest mistake could lead to death. I've already organized the information for you. Take it and read it carefully. Anyway, it's only today and tomorrow. You have to hurry. In short, the lizard men and us are like fire and water. After you go in, you must be careful. The Flame Emperor could not help Ling Xiao, so he could only say some words of comfort. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. The Flame Emperor turned and left. Ling Xiao carefully read the information he left behind. As his understanding of the lizard men deepened, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. This report was from 50 years ago. At that time, Ling Xiao had not even been born, not to mention reincarnating into the world. The lizard men 50 years ago were already incomparably powerful. Wouldn't they be even more terrifying now? It seemed that the Dizun Di really wanted to use this mission to train his ability. However, he also discovered some interesting things. The lizard men were not united internally, and there were even some conflicts between them. After the most crucial battle, the lizard men, who once had over 100 tribes, were now left with a total of 13 tribes. Their numbers had also decreased by nearly half. Now, there were still irreconcilable conflicts between the 13 tribes. If the lizard men fought on their own without a unified leader, then he would not have to be afraid. The problem was that 50 years had passed and there were no reports about the crack. Some things could not be confirmed. 2 days passed very quickly. The news of Ling Xiao killing Bailey Shiwu had spread throughout the Golden City. Everyone has their own opinions on this. Some people said that it was Bailey Shiwu who took the initiative and Ling Xiao was just protecting himself. There were also people who said that Ling Xiao was too ruthless and shouldn't have killed Bailey Shiwu. No matter what, when the second round of the examination began, the 6 people became 5. Because Bailey Shiwu was dead, this time, the 5 candidates appeared in the Great Emperor Palace. One of the grids on the first floor was decorated as the meeting hall of the City of Gold. The area wasn't small, and it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Today, there were only 14 people here. Apart from the 4 Nine Heavens Supremes, the remaining 10 were all part of the Golden Guards. 2 of them were Ling Xiao's old acquaintances. One was the Golden Ruofeng, and the other was the Golden Godly Codex, Big Brother Ling Xiao. When the Golden Godly Codex saw Ling Xiao, she was as excited as a little rabbit as she skipped over to Ling Xiao's side. She held onto Ling Xiao's arm and started chattering. She said how much she missed Ling Xiao. When the 4 Nine Heavens Supremes saw this, they were stunned. They only knew that the Golden Godly Codex was saved by a martial artist from a remote place in the western region. However, no one would have thought that this person was Ling Xiao. This kid actually came to the 4 regions and became the emperor of the City of Gold. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer a genius in their eyes, but a true monster. That monster, even young Master Yang Fan, told me to kill Ling Xiao. This guy is really a monster. Huang Jinding frowned, and his face turned ugly. An opponent that he did not take seriously in the past had become so troublesome. This was not a good thing. Chapter 4735. Could it be that Ling Xiao is the one who saved the princess? The Flower King asked in surprise. I've saved him twice. The Golden Godly Codex smiled and said, the first time was in Yuhua Town. The second time was when I was cursed by the Heavenly Demon Ghost Tribe. When the Flower King heard that, he couldn't help but feel grateful. He was also surprised. The Golden Godly Codex was his daughter. His daughter had been in danger twice and was saved by someone. She had been thinking of ways to repay her savior. However, her savior was far away in the western region. They had sent people to look for him, but they could not find him. She had even reprimanded Huang Jinrofeng because of this. She really didn't expect that such an outstanding man would come from such a remote and desolate place. I can't repay you for saving the Godly Codex. When you come back from the Lizardmen tribe, I'll definitely thank you. The Flower King said solemnly, I didn't save the Godly Codex for repayment. You don't have to take it to heart. She's my friend. I should help her. If Ling Xiao wanted repayment, he would have told the Flower King about it the moment he came to the Golden City. Your Highness, you've really surprised me, said Lin Feng. At this moment, Huang Jinrofeng walked over. To be honest, when he heard that Ling Xiao had come to the Golden City, he did not believe it at all. What kind of joke was this? How could someone catch up to him in such a short time? He had even become the Crown Prince, and might even become the Golden King, his superior. Yes, I'm surprised too. When I first saw you, I felt like I was looking at a god. That kind of shock was simply unparalleled. I didn't expect that I would be able to stand at the same height as you today. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have such a strong desire to advance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Huang Jinrofeng was a good person. He had even helped him before, so he had a good impression of him. Moreover, if he became the Golden King, he would definitely rope Huang Jinrofeng in. As the commander of the Golden Guards, Huang Jinrofeng's strength was not inferior to the 4 Supreme Kings at all. All right, it's time for us to catch up, right? The Law King couldn't bear to watch any longer. This Ling Xiao's influence in Golden City seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. If they couldn't get rid of this guy as soon as possible, they might not be able to deal with him in the future. That's true. 5 candidates, please come and receive your soul realm imprints. Huang Jinrofeng said. Ling Xiao had seen something similar to the so-called soul realm before. It could reflect a person's actions on the mirror. This way, even people thousands of miles away could see what a cultivator was doing through the soul realm. The soul realm mark would be imprinted on a martial artist's body. It was used to contact the soul realm. After the end of this test, it would naturally be removed. After Ling Xiao received the soul realm mark, he looked at Raymond. Lei Meng didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao could tell with his Tai Chi eye that Lei Meng was being controlled, just as Bailey Shu said. As for the Undying King, he was also silent. He had to be careful in this mission. This was because these two people might not care about the mission at all in order to kill him. Instead, they would attack him with all their might. It might be easier to kill these two people directly, but I can't do that. After all, these two people are only being controlled. If I can save them, I can still get two great helpers. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. At this moment, Huang Jinrufeng had already begun to introduce the mission. Ling Xiao had already heard everything he said, but he still pretended to listen to it again. In the end, Huang Jinrufeng reminded him, "This mission is extremely difficult. If you can't complete it, then choose to give up. Our score is based on your performance during the process. Therefore, even if you can't complete the mission in the end, you can still get a score. It's just that there aren't that many, but it's better than losing your life. Even the D Zun doesn't know how strong the lizard men are. Therefore, you have to be careful and don't try to show off. After all, we can see your performance through the soul realm, but we can't help you. Even if you are in danger, we can only watch helplessly." Hearing Huang Jinrufeng's words, Ling Xiao felt that this mission was even more difficult. However, he really didn't like to give up halfway. Even if there was the slightest possibility, he didn't want to give up. It would be best if he could complete it. He had to do his best to complete it. In fact, it wasn't just for this mission, but also to train himself. One had to know that leading the Golden City to resist the Lotus Flower was much more difficult than this. If he couldn't even complete this mission, how could he talk about the rest? You have to find the exact location of the Great Crack yourself. This is also part of the test. If you can't even find the location of the Great Crack, it means that you don't have the qualifications to become the Golden Sovereign. You will be directly eliminated. Huang Jinrufeng continued, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. Good luck, everyone. Now, you can go to the Dongsheng Strong Country." The five of them heard the order and turned to leave. Raymond, the Undying King, and Huang Jinyu instantly disappeared after leaving the Great Emperor Palace. It should be the teleportation array to the Dongsheng Strong Country. The Golden City had a teleportation array to the 4 strong countries, so there was no need to hurry. "Let's go too." Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Shui and said, "N." Yang Shui nodded, and the two of them came to the teleportation array together. "You go and complete the mission first. I still have some things to deal with. The Dongxing Strong Country still owes me a debt. I have to get it back." Ling Xiao sneered and then directly sent a soul transmission to Yang Shui, explaining the situation of Raymond and the others. The soul realm could see his actions and hear his voice, but the soul transmission could prevent such a situation from happening. Yang Shui was shocked and angry. She was also a citizen of the Golden City and had lived in the Golden Sky region since she was young. How could she not be angry that her compatriots were framed like this? But now that they were being monitored, she couldn't say much. "Ling Xiao, I'm not interested in the position of the Golden Sovereign. I'd better go with you. I can help you," Yang Shui said. "Forget it. If you help me, I'm afraid some people will gossip again, and it might affect both of our ratings. Let's act separately. If there's any danger, contact me immediately." Ling Xiao still wanted to go on his own. To others, this was a test. To him, this was a rehearsal. Through the teleportation array, they arrived near the Dongsheng Strong Country's imperial capital. Ling Xiao and Yang Shi temporarily separated. Yang Shi went to look for the Great Crack. Ling Xiao went to the Dongsheng Strong Country's imperial capital. The Dongsheng Strong Country's imperial capital was still very big. Its scale was not inferior to the largest holy city among the 3,000 holy cities. Mobile version website. M. Chapter 47-36. This was Ling Xiao's first time here. Although he used to live in the Dongsheng Strong Country, he had never been to the imperial capital. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Xiao stared at the majestic city walls. A grin emerged on his face. Everything the Dongsheng Strong Country had given him, he was going to return it all. As for the mission, he wasn't worried at all. It wouldn't take long anyway. In the past, the imperial capital of the Dongsheng Strong Country was an existence Ling Xiao didn't dare underestimate. But now, Ling Xiao no longer put the Dongsheng Strong Country in his eyes. A man was standing on top of the imperial capital's city gate. He was the direct disciple of the Dongsheng Emperor. He was also the #1 young warrior in the entire Dongsheng Strong Country. His cultivation base was at the Heavenly Core Realm, the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm. In the entire Dongsheng Strong Country, there was no young warrior who was stronger than him. He was the direct disciple of the Emperor and also the Crown Prince. The reason why he was here was because the crack had caused the Dongsheng Strong Country to suffer a great loss. Only he was able to fend off some lizard men. Almost every martial artist that entered the city would be strictly interrogated and checked. Of course, this was just a small matter, and he could let his subordinates handle it. All he needed to do was sit here and supervise. As for those who tried to extort money from the passers-by, he just turned a blind eye to it. No one dared to say anything about it. This way, he could increase the loyalty of his subordinates. If he ran into someone who didn't know what was good for him, he would just treat them as lizard men and kill them. He had killed more than 1 or 2 warriors like this before. The lizard men knew some secret skills, and they might even be able to transform into humans. Was he afraid of encountering a tough opponent? That was basically impossible, because warriors who went to the 3,000 Saint Cities or the Golden City wouldn't come here under normal circumstances. Even if they did, they would inform him in advance. He was over 90 years old, and he had never seen any warriors from the 3,000 Saint Cities or the Golden City pass through the city gate like commoners. After all, the Dongsheng Strong Country's energy was too thin. Compared to the 3,000 Saint Cities and the Golden City, it was on a completely different level. Right at this moment, a quarrel suddenly broke out. One of his subordinates was sent flying with a slap. The Crown Prince stood up abruptly and looked coldly at the figure below. It was a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. It should be known that in the 4 major regions, a 20-year-old martial artist could only be considered child. Anyone under 50 years old was considered a teenager. At first, he was worried that his subordinate had kicked an iron plate this time, but when he saw this person's age, he immediately felt relieved. He suddenly jumped down from the top of the gatehouse, releasing a violent aura, which shocked the surrounding passers-by. Everyone quickly backed away. They all looked at the young man who was not even 20 years old in confusion. There was actually someone who dared to offend the imperial family here. Wasn't this courting death? Ling Xiao looked at the Crown Prince. His expression was indifferent. The Crown Prince was like an ant that he could trample to death at any time. In fact, he might even be inferior to an ant. You dare to hurt this prince's people? The Crown Prince looked at Ling Xiao with his head held high and shouted sternly, "So what if I'm injured? Not killing him is already merciful." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Are you a lizardman spy?" The Crown Prince suddenly said. He directly put a black hat on Ling Xiao's head. "Hee, on the way here, I heard that you, the Crown Prince, like to distort the truth. Today I see that it's true. If I'm a lizardman spy, then you're the lizardman's child." Ling Xiao joked. Bastard, you're courting death. How dare you slander the crown prince like this? Kill him. When the martial artists guarding the city heard Ling Xiao's words, they all pounced forward. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He just waved his hand, casually. More than 10 people all crashed into the city wall and were already unconscious. Bastard! The crown prince was finally enraged. He threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. The palm strike was so strong that it made the passers-by uneasy. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the 10 judges of the City of Gold were looking at him. However, he was a person who did things his own way. Even if he didn't get a single point in this round, he still had to take revenge. He still had to do what he had to do. In fact, he didn't care about what others thought. He only wanted to be himself. A cold smile appeared on his face. He also threw a palm strike. There was a cracking sound. The crown prince's arm was already shattered. Even the bloody bone was exposed. The crown prince screamed. He hugged his arm and howled in pain. He realized that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Although it was painful and frustrating, he had to lower his head. However, he had to lower his head. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Hero, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you. The crown prince knelt on the ground. The passers-by were stunned by the scene. Who would have thought that the crown prince, who is usually arrogant, would kneel to a passer-by today? This wasn't a dream, right? As he knelt, someone had already sneaked into the palace. The Emperor of Dongsheng was a half-step to the divine body realm. In the past, Ling Xiao couldn't see through many people's cultivation because he was weak. However, now that he thought about it, the emperors of the 4 strongest countries were probably as strong as the top 10 city lords of the 3,000 sacred cities. This time, when he came to the capital of Dongsheng's strong country, he casually scanned the entire city. There was only one half-step to the divine body realm martial artist. It could only be the emperor of Dongsheng. Ling Xiao also noticed the person who ran to report, but he didn't intend to stop him. He had originally come here to find the Dongsheng emperor and settle the matters of the past. On one hand, it was for himself. On the other hand, it was for the emperor of Dongsheng. It was better to leave the Dongsheng strong country to the descendants of the emperor of Dongsheng. After all, those people were now treating him as their master. Hero, please uphold justice for me. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to deal with the crown prince, a young man in ragged clothes ran out from the crowd. Then he knelt on the ground. This young man was actually older than Ling Xiao. He looked to be in his 40s and was very weak. He was only in the divine pulse realm. Uphold justice. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Tell me, what kind of justice do you want me to uphold for you?" Hero, this is the crown prince. He used his power to take away my family's heirloom treasure. He even killed my family of more than 10 people. I was still young back then and was hidden by my father. I was lucky to escape. However, I watched my family die in front of me. I wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, I still don't have the strength to do so. I'm lucky to have met you. If you can take revenge for me, I'm willing to do anything for you." The young man said with righteous indignation. "Do you have any evidence?" Although Ling Xiao could tell that the young man wasn't lying, he still wanted the Golden City's judges to see that he was eliminating evil. Chapter 47:37. Of course, Hero, please take a look. The young man took out the memory medal and recalled what happened that day. The crown prince's arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant appearance was on full display. "Don't worry, I will definitely uphold justice for you." Ling Xiao glanced at the young man and said, "To be honest, I am a martial artist from the 3,000 Holy City. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can voice it out. Even if it was done by the royal family, don't be afraid." 3,000 Holy City. He was actually a martial artist from the 3,000 Holy City. The crown prince's expression changed drastically. The surrounding passers-by were extremely excited. The 3,000 holy city was simply a holy land in the hearts of the martial artists of the four great powers. As for the Golden City, they had heard very little about it. Many people had never even heard of it. My son was captured and hasn't returned yet. The imperial court won't give an explanation. My wife was killed by the crown prince's demon beast when she was walking on the road. There was no explanation. My poor daughter was forcefully recruited into the palace because she was beautiful. She was said to be a concubine, but in the end she was gone for 3 years and there was no news of her. Damn, he didn't know if he didn't ask, but he was shocked when he asked. What kind of dirty things did the Dongxing royal family do? Perhaps they didn't think much of it, but when they met someone as serious as Ling Xiao, or rather, someone who deliberately caused trouble for them, they were really unlucky. Shut up. You unruly people, what nonsense are you talking about? The crown prince roared sternly. Wow, you're quite fierce. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant after doing something wrong? Ling Xiao sneered. Kid, don't go too far. My father knows the Law King of the Golden City. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. Our Dongsheng royal family gives half of the taxes to the Law King every year. He will definitely uphold justice for us. The Crown Prince probably didn't know that what he said and did would be seen by the people in the Golden City. In addition to the judges, there was also a giant screen soul realm outside. Basically, every martial artist in the Golden City could see and hear it. At this moment, the face of Huang Jianding, who was in the Emperor Palace, turned black. Damn! Why did Ling Xiao go to the Dongxing royal family for no reason? Although he could deny it flatly, people were not fools. They had a scale in their hearts. Everyone, don't listen to this person's nonsense. This old man has never known this fellow. Huang Jianding hurriedly explained. I've never done it before. Why are you in such a hurry? The Flame Emperor smiled. Huang Jianding was extremely embarrassed. The more he explained, the more unclear it became. Ling Xiao, who was at the scene, was amused. He didn't expect to dig out such a big worm. Being able to cause trouble for the Punishment King Huang Jianding was something he would never tire of doing. Nonsense. I also know Lord Law King. As one of the 4 great supreme kings, how could he accept your bribes so shamelessly? You should know what the consequences of slandering a supreme being are. A hint of a smile flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he shouted sternly. Slander? How could we slander Lord King of Law? After all, he is on the same boat as us. If you don't believe me, the annual bribe ledger is still in the hands of our royal family. It was a person called Miyazaki who contacted us. Every time he came, he would bring Lord Law King's warrant. My father once had the chance to meet Lord Law King and is very familiar with his aura, so he definitely won't be mistaken. The Crown Prince only cared about showing off his relationship with the Punishment King, but he didn't expect that he would be forcing himself to death. Inside the great Emperor Palace, the Flame Emperor suddenly laughed. Isn't Miyazaki your disciple? One of the commanders of the Punishment Palace. Also, he has your warrant, so it can't be fake. It must be Miyazaki, who is messing around behind my back. Men, bring Miyazaki here. The Punishment King wanted to kill Miyazaki now so that there would be no evidence. Anyway, this matter couldn't be investigated to Miyazaki. Ling Xiao was actually clear about this point. He didn't expect this matter to topple the Punishment King. He just wanted to add some gambling to the Punishment King and kill another punishment commander. Anything that could make the Punishment King unhappy would make him happy. Since you said so, I'll go with you to the palace to see your so-called evidence. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Everyone who is willing to believe me, follow me. If the Dongsheng royal family is really as despicable as you say, I will definitely give you justice today. He called out to those who complained and then picked up the Crown Prince. He headed in the direction of the palace. The Crown Prince sneered in his heart. He wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, but his father was definitely not a problem. Looking at his age, Ling Xiao was not even 20 years old. Even the martial artists from the 3,000 sacred city weren't that strong. And his father's strength was equivalent to the most powerful 3,000 sacred cities, sacred lord. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. Perhaps he didn't even need to do anything. As long as he took out evidence of his relationship with the Punishment King, this kid would definitely be scared out of his wits. Along the way, they saw the crown prince being held hostage, whether it was the city guards or the patrol team. And the martial artists from the Dongsheng Strong Country all came to rescue him. In their opinion, as long as they could save the crown prince, it would be a great merit. They would be able to live a good life in the future. But who knew that the result would be the same? They were all beaten up badly. All of them were crying for their parents. They were all shocked that such a young person could be so powerful. The crown prince was hoping that someone could save him, but after experiencing all these, he was disappointed. It seemed that he could only ask his father to save him. Hero, looking at your strength, I'm afraid you've already reached the shattered core realm? This kid was not stupid. He even knew to test Ling Xiao's cultivation. Not that strong, but not too far. The peak of the ultimate core realm. Ling Xiao said calmly. No wonder. The crown prince smiled bitterly. Including him and the martial artists who helped him, they were at most in the middle stage of the ultimate core realm. How could they be a match for this monster? He could only rely on his father. But then again, the martial artists from the 3,000 sacred city were powerful. They had reached the peak of the ultimate core realm at such a young age. Terrifying. But to challenge the entire Dongsheng royal family with such strength, wasn't he courting death? Because of the crowd behind him, Ling Xiao didn't walk very fast. When he was about 1,000 meters away from the palace, he was met with a group of martial artists. One of them was wearing armor that was shining with golden light. He was a 5th stage, shattered core realm martial artist. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the half-step divine body realm, it was much stronger than the ultimate core realm. General Qin, save me. Kill all these rebels. The crown prince shouted for help. Maybe because he felt that he had someone to rely on, he was very confident. Oh, you're really bold. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Chapter 4738. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Hearing this, the crown prince was scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. If you're really with the king of punishment, I wouldn't dare to kill you. Ling Xiao laughed. The crown prince was relieved. Good that you know. General Qin rushed over. How dare you? Release the crown prince immediately, or you'll die here. Ling Xiao threw the crown prince aside. This trash was still useful, so he didn't want to kill him for the time being. As for General Qin, he smiled as he looked at the crowd of over 10,000 people behind him and asked, What crime did this General Qin commit? Yes, he's the Dongsheng Emperor's loyal dog. He helped the Dongsheng Emperor with his dirty deeds. He's the worst accomplice. In order to occupy resources, he didn't hesitate to kill the people of a town. A voice came from the crowd. Good that you're guilty. Qin, do you plead guilty? Ling Xiao looked at General Qin and shouted sternly. A bunch of ants. So be it. You're going to die today. General Qin didn't care about Ling Xiao at all, so he didn't mind telling the truth. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered. Then I'll let you pay for this ant's life today. General Qin, don't be careless. This kid is at the peak of the extreme core realm. He's not easy to deal with. The crown prince shouted. However, his eyes were full of sarcasm when he looked at Ling Xiao. He seemed to be saying, Kid, you didn't expect it, right? You fell for it. You, an extreme core realm martial artist, dared to break into the capital of the Dongsheng Kingdom. Even if you're a martial artist from the 3,000 sacred cities, you'll die. I'm a martial artist from the 3,000 sacred cities. Do you dare to kill me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The 3,000 sacred cities are nothing. We're related to the king of punishment, Huang Jinding. Killing you would be a waste of time. General Qin didn't care and rushed over fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The terrifying attack, which was enough to destroy a house, directly blasted onto Ling Xiao's body. Little bastard, how dare you kidnap the crown prince? Your crimes are unforgivable. Seeing the violent fist energy explode, the smoke and dust on the street swirled up, filling the air with the figures of Ling Xiao and General Qin. The crown prince was suddenly excited. He fiercely looked at Ling Xiao. Stinky brat, you dare to break this prince's arm. Now you know how powerful I am. He knew that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. A mere martial artist at the peak of the ultimate stage of core was facing General Qin, who was at the 5th level of the core-shattering stage. There was no chance of survival. However, in the next moment, when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. They saw an inconceivable scene. Ling Xiao was not dead. General Chen was lifted up by the neck. It was like holding a struggling chick. General Chen was even more terrified. He realized that he could do nothing but struggle. His true essence was completely sealed, and he couldn't use it at all. That's impossible. Aren't you a warrior of the ultimate stage of Dan? The crown prince asked in shock. Tell me, how did you become the crown prince with your IQ? Do you really believe everything I say? You believe me when I say I'm a warrior of the divine body realm? Ling Xiao mocked. At that moment, the crown prince's face turned pale, and his body became powerless. Oh no, not only did I meet a tough guy today, but I also met a steel plate. How can such a young person be so powerful? How did he cultivate? It's unbelievable. At that moment, more and more martial artists gathered. The martial artists who hated the royal family were extremely excited. As for the martial artists who were loyal to the royal family, they were a little uneasy. General Qin, the commander of the royal guards, was easily captured by a brat who was not even 20 years old. What's wrong with this world? If this is a joke from the heavens, let it end quickly. Let me go, let me go. I know the punishment king. If you dare to kill me, you're dead. General Chen was still struggling and shouting. Ling Xiao looked at the sky with a smile. He knew that the punishment king, Huang Jinding, must be watching this scene. This guy actually dares to slander our great punishment king. He deserves to die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and pinched General Qin to death with one hand. It looked like he was attacking General Qin, but in reality he was targeting the punishment king. The punishment king's face was extremely ugly. At that moment, Miyazaki was brought over. The penal law king didn't even ask any questions and directly slapped him to death. Miyazaki was his personal disciple. Moreover, he was one of his most valued disciples. If Ling Xiao didn't expose him, he wouldn't have died. The punishment king, Huang Jinding, was really anxious now. Ling Xiao, even if Yang Fan didn't urge him, he still couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. Brat, you actually dared to kill in our Dongxing country's capital. Looks like you're tired of living. Brothers, this guy killed our commander. Don't you think we should kill him? At that moment, there were already thousands of Dongxing country's martial artists gathered. Perhaps it was their advantage in numbers that gave them the right to clamor. They actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The group of people all rushed towards Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Your Majesty is here. The martial artists rushing towards Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the man in the yellow robe excitedly. As expected, he was a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. If this was in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to fight against this enemy. But now he didn't care about it at all. Ling Xiao lifted the crown prince and looked at the Dongxing Emperor with disdain. The other party's eyes revealed a domineering light. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "Your Majesty, you've had enough of showing off. Shouldn't you let him go?" "Do I have to let him go just because you want me to? How embarrassing would that be for me?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Your crown prince has done all kinds of evil. There's no way he can live today. He even slandered our Golden City's King of Law, Lord King of Law, for accepting bribes, which is a crime deserving of death. I have no choice but to kill him. Your Majesty, don't go overboard. This is the Dongxing country, not the 3,000 sacred cities. Even in the 3,000 sacred cities, the sacred lord of Scarlet Sun Sacred City is my best friend. You won't offend him, right?" The Dongxing Emperor said coldly, "Look at you. Of all people, you have to be friends with that idiot." Ling Xiao shook his head. He had already killed the sacred lord of Scarlet Sun, and the 3,000 sacred cities had already changed. Perhaps it was because it had only been a short time, so the Dongxing Emperor didn't know. "Brat, you're really arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sacred lord of Scarlet Sun." The Dongxing Emperor, who was a half-step divine body realm, suddenly threw a punch, and the whole world turned golden. This punch of his caused those martial artists following behind Ling Xiao to immediately fall into despair. In their hearts, the Dongxing Emperor was a god. Even in a sacred land like the 3,000 sacred cities, he was a godlike existence. Chapter 4739. In the eyes of Ling Xiao, the godlike existence of the Dongxing strong country was laughable and sad. Ling Xiao did not even make a move and allowed the Dongxing Emperor's fist to land on him. The violent force rolled, but when the fist landed on Ling Xiao's body, it sounded as if it had hit metal. The Eastern Victory strong country's martial artists all revealed gloating expressions. They cursed Ling Xiao in their hearts. But this excitement only lasted for a moment. Next, they saw the most unbelievable scene of their lives. The Dongxing Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, which was aimed at Ling Xiao, was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight. He was the one who attacked Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was not hurt at all. Instead, it was the Dongxing Emperor who was seriously injured. How could such a strange scene not be shocking? No, this is impossible. I don't believe this is true. The crown prince was completely dumbfounded. The Dongxing Emperor was his last hope. If his father was defeated, then who could save him? The rest were in disbelief too. The Dongxing Emperor was the most powerful existence in Dongxing strong country. He was like a god, standing above everyone else. Here, no one dared to defy him or question him. But at this moment, this legend seemed to have been shattered. A young man from an unknown place made the Dongxing Emperor pay a painful price with his terrifying strength. The difference in strength was huge. Ling Xiao did not even make a move. It was too strange. It was too strange. Ling Xiao sneered and did not give the Dongxing Emperor a chance to escape. In a flash, he was in front of the Dongxing Emperor. He held the crown prince in one hand and the Dongxing Emperor in the other. The domineering and valiant aura made the other martial artists not dare to move an inch. He kill me? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the Dongxing Emperor with contempt. Your Excellency, don't be rash. The Dongxing Emperor hurriedly said, We do have a close relationship with the King of Punishment. This is definitely true. Please, for his sake, spare us snobs. Even the Emperor could tell from the attack just now that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. Right now, he only wanted to save his own life. If he survived, he would still be the Dongxing Emperor and control the Dongxing strong country. He could abuse his power. So what if he made a fool of himself? No one would dare to expose his shortcomings anyway. Really? I don't believe it. Ling Xiao sneered. How could the Penal Law King have anything to do with you ants? Don't kill us. I'll go get the evidence now. The Crown Prince said hurriedly. All right, if you don't show up in half an hour, I'll kill your father and slaughter the royal family. You must remember it well. My divine sense has enveloped the entire imperial city. Running away is not realistic. It will only bring you a fatal disaster, Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, no problem. After the Crown Prince was released, he rushed to the palace like a madman. The rest looked at this scene and sighed. The royal family of Dongsheng was also abusing their power. What kind of terrifying existence had they offended today? Don't you want to know who I am? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he stood there, calm and unruffled. You must be an expert from the City of Gold, right? The Dongxing Emperor was not too stupid. There was no such expert in the 3,000 sacred cities. Ling Xiao could only be an expert from the City of Gold. Hee, I didn't ask you that. Do you still remember the small country of Purple Spirit? Do you remember the insignificant person who was almost killed by you, the ant-like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You know Ling Xiao? The Dongxing Emperor would never have thought that the person in front of him was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was an insignificant person, he knew him. Not only did he know him, but he also tried to kill Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao killed his disciple. Of course, the cause was that his disciple wanted to take Ling Xiao's life and snatch the treasure from Ling Xiao. But he certainly did not dare to say that now. To be honest, I don't know anything about dealing with Ling Xiao. Everything was done by my stupid disciple. He's dead now. Even if you want to avenge Ling Xiao, you can't blame us. You're trying to push the blame away. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Unfortunately, I'm Ling Xiao. When you went to Purple Spirit, you probably didn't take me seriously. So you can't help it. To tell you the truth, I'm here today for revenge. Buzz. The Dongxing Emperor was dumbfounded. The person in front of him was actually Ling Xiao. He was actually the lowly ant from back then, the ant that could easily kill his disciple. How could he have grown so much in such a short time? This was too terrifying. But what happened next made him feel even more hopeless. Ling Xiao touched the Dongsheng Emperor ring gently. Do you know what this is? This is the Dongxing Emperor ring that you've been dreaming of. There's also the Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongxing Demon Sword. Ling Xiao summoned the two swords and smiled faintly. Today, he could finally confirm the grade of these three treasures. The Dongxing Emperor Ring was an emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns. The Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongxing Demon Sword were both emperor weapons with 6 dragon patterns. Until today, they were still extremely powerful weapons, even for a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. This was a rare emperor weapon. Therefore, it would not be eliminated for now. You've obtained all of the Dongxing Ancient Emperor's inheritance? No wonder. The Dongxing Emperor laughed bitterly. Looks like I don't have to use the Punishment King, because you're determined to kill me, right? That's right. Not only are you full of evil, but you've also offended me and tried to kill me. It won't make sense if I don't kill you. Besides, the Dongsheng Strong Country should be handed over to the descendants of the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor. You don't deserve to have it. Ling Xiao was someone who would definitely do what he promised. Even though the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor did not specifically ask Ling Xiao to do this, he still had to return the favor. If it were not for the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor, he would not be where he was today. The Dongsheng Emperor Ring, the Dongsheng Heaven Sword, and the Dongxing Demon Sword were 3 treasures that he still used. As for the Dongxing Ancient Emperor's inheritance, it had always helped him to break through and cultivate. Since you've decided to kill me, why did you ask the Crown Prince to get the evidence? The Dongxing Emperor was confused. Well, it's because I know that someone will definitely ask his subordinates to kill the Crown Prince after finding out about this. Therefore, the Crown Prince should be dead by now. Ling Xiao smiled cunningly at the sky. The Punishment King, Huang Jinding, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just gone out and used the 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman to order his subordinates in the Dongxing Strong Country to kill the crown prince and destroy the evidence. Now that he had just returned and sat down, he heard such words. He was almost angered to death. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. He seemed to have calculated every step of the way. If the crown prince is dead, your evidence will be gone. You won't be able to overthrow the punishment king. Then he will definitely kill you. I'll wait for you below. The Dongxing emperor sneered. End of chapter. Chapter 4740. Evidence. Do you think you can overthrow the king of law with that bit of evidence? You underestimate our king of law too much. I'm afraid he has already found a scapegoat and killed him. Even if I get the evidence back, it's meaningless. Once I find that person, the clues will be cut off. It's meaningless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. In the great emperor palace, the flame emperor was rocking back and forth with laughter. Huang Jinding, did you discuss this with the imperial prince? How did he know what you were doing in the Dongxing kingdom? That Miyazaki really died in time. The king of law's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. He knew that anything he said now would only make things worse. It was better to keep silent. However, his hatred for Ling Xiao had become even more intense. He looked at the soul realm. In the other scene, Yang Shi, Huang Jinyu, Lei Meng, and the immortal king had already found the entrance to the crack and entered. As for Ling Xiao, he was still performing. In addition, if the crown prince is really dead, it reminds me of something. The king of law has spies in the Dongxing kingdom, and he might even have spies in the crack. What a powerful person. I have to be careful. Ling Xiao said this on purpose. This way, if a mysterious enemy attacked Ling Xiao, he would be thought to be sent by the king of law. Why couldn't Huang Jinding wash his hands clean? He had originally arranged for an assassin to quietly get rid of Ling Xiao. Even if people saw it through the soul realm, they wouldn't be able to guess it was him. But now that Ling Xiao said this, he was completely embarrassed. Also, before you die, let me tell you something interesting. The king of law could see everything that happened here. Not only could he see it, but the upper echelons of the Golden City could also see it. Interesting, right? When Ling Xiao said this, the Dongxing emperor was completely dumbfounded. This kid was too cunning. They were used by this guy like fools. How hateful. I'll fight you to the death. The Dongxing emperor suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao as if he had gone crazy. Fight? Will it work? Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and the space where the Dongxing emperor was completely shattered. His entire body shattered into pieces and disappeared. The crown prince's aura had also disappeared. It was certain that he had been killed. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the cultivators from the Dongxing country. Your emperor is dead. If anyone dares to bully the citizens again, I will definitely kill them when I return from my mission. I am a man of my word. I'm sure all of you have seen that the enmity between me and the Dongxing emperor has been formed since a long time ago. You only reported it today. I'm very patient. With that, he turned around and left. Zi Qianya, Zi Long, and the descendants of the Dongxing ancient emperor would arrive in 2 to 3 days. Dealing with the aftermath. He didn't need to worry about that. Next, it was time to focus on the assessment. He couldn't afford to be careless. After all, the other 4 had already found the location of the Great Rift. Of course, since they had found it, Ling Xiao had also found it. If Yang Shi found it, she would naturally tell him. On Raymond's body, Ling Xiao had secretly left a trace of soul force. Whether it was the immortal king or Huang Jinyu, they would inform Raymond when they found the Great Rift. After all, Raymond was now a puppet. The reason why he chose Raymond instead of the other 2 was that he was afraid of being discovered. At this moment, the Golden City was in an uproar. The warriors outside and the judges in the Great Emperor Palace all had their own opinions about the current situation. On a huge soul realm, It was divided into 5 images. At the same time, it recorded the actions of the 5 people. This Ling Xiao is really something. No matter what the reason is, he actually abandoned the Dizun's mission and went to take revenge for his personal grudge. It's simply unreasonable. Although he got rid of a scum like the Dongxing Emperor, it also reflected his selfishness from the side. If he becomes the Golden Sovereign, what will happen? Obviously, there were people of the Law King among the judges. After all, the Golden Guards were still humans. Moreover, the Dizun hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. There were even rumors that he was dead. This made many Golden Guards look for new backers. Of the 10 judges today, 5 of them had joined the Golden Cauldron. No one knew about this. It was just that when they were discussing, they seemed to be speaking fairly, but they were obviously criticizing Ling Xiao. They wanted to shift everyone's attention to the assessment and forget about the Law King. This could be said to be well-intentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, another judge stood up and nodded. That's a fair statement. I also admit that Ling Xiao is capable and what he did today is not wrong, but he chose the wrong time. Is such a person who doesn't know his priorities really qualified to be the Golden Sovereign? If the Golden City encounters a big matter in the future, he will deal with his own private affairs. Then wouldn't everything be over? Unreliable, really unreliable. Yes, Ling Xiao is not qualified to be the Golden Sovereign at all. After all, he is an outsider after all. It is impossible for him to put the Golden City in his heart. When faced with a choice, I am sure that he will choose his friends and not the interests of the Golden City. I don't hate him personally, but he is not suitable to be the Golden Sovereign. These words were said beautifully and were much more vicious than directly attacking Ling Xiao. Now that you've said it, you're right. I was sure that he was recommended by the ancestor, so there was no way I was wrong. But it is hard to guarantee that this guy will not become the second Fang Qinshao. There were a total of 10 judges, and 5 of them had been bribed by the Law King or had joined the Law King. Therefore, when they spoke, it was completely one-sided. At this time, the Golden God Codex, who was also a judge, was unhappy. You have the nerve. Is Dongsheng Strong Country not a place of my Golden Sky region? You have allowed that villain to be the emperor for so many years. Ling Xiao eradicated him today, and look at how happy the people are. Isn't this for the Golden City? You say that Ling Xiao is selfish? He did not accept bribes from others. Yes. Judges, please be clear about this. This round is based on the completion of the mission. You've already gotten the scoring points. The matter just now has nothing to do with the points. If someone uses this matter to make things difficult, I feel that they are scheming something. Huang, Jinrufeng sneered. If it were me, I would also make the same choice as Ling Xiao. If you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? You can't even deal with the villain of Dongxing Strong Country. How can you rule the entire Golden Sky region? Commander said it well. Although Ling Xiao was not a native of the 4 major domains, but he will definitely not drop the ball at the critical moment. I believe that he will be able to complete the mission smoothly. At the same time, we will find out the Golden City's Huang Fulong. After this person finished speaking, he specially glanced at the Law King. This person had really done a lot of dirty things in the 100 years before the Overlord appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 47-41. In such a situation, no one could convince the other. In the end, they didn't say anything. Everything depended on the result. Would Ling Xiao be able to stand out? Could Huang Jinyu come out on top? Everything was still undecided. However, the debate outside was more ferocious. Those martial artists even fought for their supporters. The Punishment Hall and the Fire King Palace almost went on a rampage and killed someone. If not for the 2 Supreme Kings stopping them, it wouldn't have ended well. From this point, it could be seen that it was too difficult to convince one group of people to accept another group of people. Or it could be said that it was almost impossible, unless one group of people was completely defeated. Suddenly, in the great Emperor Palace, the four supreme kings and Huang Jinrufeng frowned. Uninvited guests are here. I'll go out and take a look. The Fire King flew out. The Golden City stood loftily on a piece of King's paradise. It was quiet and mysterious. It was full of deterrents. Suddenly, four figures appeared in the distant sky. They stepped into the range of Golden City and quickly approached. The aura of these three people was very terrifying. They were the top experts in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. One of them was wearing a black robe, which was gloomy and terrifying. Everything in the area he was in began to wither. A cloud of black gas wrapped around him, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. This person was the Nether Devil Master of the 9 underworlds. Not far from him stood a tall and mighty middle-aged man. His blue hair was shining with bright electric current. His whole body seemed to be wrapped by this electric current. His face was always revealing a look of anger. This person was the Thunder Star Master of the Thunder Astral Boundary. Next to him was another man. He was tall and wore a big red robe, but his hair was scarlet red. Compared to the Thunder Star Master, his figure was slimmer, but his temper seemed to be more fiery. This was the Raging Flame Star Master of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary. The last person was a woman. Where she stood, the wind raged, and the wind elements seemed to be rushing towards her desperately. This woman was the Storm Star Master of the Storm Astral Boundary. These 4 people were the emperors of the 9 worlds, the top existences. They seemed to have ulterior motives for coming here today. Why didn't the 4 of you inform us in advance that you are coming to my Golden City? We have to hold a banquet to welcome you. A voice came from afar. It was rough and domineering. The Flame Emperor had arrived. Behind the Fire Emperor were the Law Emperor, the Flower Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. It was probably because they sensed the strength of the newcomer that they did not dare to be careless. It was not a small matter for the 4 sovereigns to appear at the same time. They had to come out together. Fire King, you're asking the obvious. Ling Shao killed a disciple of my demon realm in the world of souls. Today, I only want Ling Shao. As long as you hand him over, nothing will happen. The Nether Demon Lord said coldly. It seemed to be an accusation, but what happened in the world of souls was rather complicated. No one could say for sure. What was strange was that with the Deep Sea Dragon Domain as an example, these people still dared to come. There was a thought-provoking meaning in this. Ling Shao gained the most from the trip to the world of souls. He has to give us an explanation for killing our disciple for no reason. Thunder Star-Lord said coldly, That's right. The Raging Flame Astral Boundary also needs an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Raging Flame, Star-Lord snorted. A few days ago, the Deep Sea Dragon Domain was massacred and the entire Dragon City was destroyed. We suspect that it was done by the experts of the Golden City. So, please give us an explanation for this. After all, the Deep Sea Dragon Domain and the Tempest Astral Boundary are allies. The Storm Star-Lord's reason was interesting, but overall, the 4 of them had the same purpose, which was to find fault with the Golden City. Bullsh *T. The Fire King was also hot-tempered. He said angrily, Nether Demon Lord, you shameless old thing. You're a warrior from the demon realm of the 9 Serenities. You've done something shameful in the world of souls. In the end, you killed yourself and blamed it on Ling Shao? And you, Thunder Star-Lord, you're not young anymore. How can you be so shameless? You martial artists from the Thunder Astral Boundary, the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, and the Tempest Astral Boundary joined forces to kill Ling Shao. In the end, you were killed by Ling Shao. If it were me, I would also feel ashamed. How dare you come to find him so confidently? Lastly, what you said about the Deep Sea Dragon Realm is even more ridiculous. Perhaps the deep-sea dragon domain has done a lot of evil in their daily lives and is suffering retribution. What does that have to do with our golden city? You're actually asking us for an explanation? You're such a laughable woman. I thought you were here as guests, so I gave you some face. Do you really think you are a dish? Get out of my sight as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The city of gold is really impressive. The Nether Devil Master sneered and said, although the golden heavenly region is getting worse by the day, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It could still hold on for a few hundred years. If you allow your disciples to run amok like this, then you will not be able to do as you please. Then I think the Golden Sky region will be finished very soon. Ha 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 ha. Fire King laughed wildly. If you have the guts, come and find trouble with my Golden Sky region. I'll let you see if the Golden Sky domain will be destroyed by you first, or your 9 underworlds, Devil domain. Those bastards from the deep-sea dragon domain also threatened us. I believe you saw what happened in the end. We, the Golden Heavens, do not stir up trouble, but we are never afraid of trouble. Since the 9 underworlds Devil domain dared to threaten the Golden Heavens, Fire King could not show weakness. You guys also have the same intention? The Thunderstar Master looked at the other 3 and asked. The other 3 naturally would not say anything else. Even if it was the Punishment King, it was impossible for him to cower in the face of someone threatening to destroy the Golden Sky region. After all, he still wanted to be the sovereign of the Golden Heavenly region in the future. Good, very good. The Thunderstar Master sneered and said, the Golden Heavenly region is really impressive. Remember what you said today. I hope you won't regret it in the future. I'm leaving. After speaking, he broke through the sky and left. The Nether Devil Master and the Storm Star Master also turned and left. However, the Inferno Star Master paused for a moment and glanced at Fire King. You guys are finished. You have already become the public enemy of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, other than the Savage Beast region, the Eternal Palace, and the Heavenly Devil Ghost region. Everyone else will join our alliance. At that time, 9 out of the remaining 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds will become your enemies. What should you guys do? He let out a wild laugh before turning around and leaving. The 4 of them instantly disappeared into the horizon. They came quickly and left quickly as well. The Flower King frowned and said, it seems like there will be a lot of trouble in the future. We must choose the Golden Sovereign as soon as possible. Humph. At this moment, the Punishment King Huang Jinding let out a cold snort. There were outsiders here just now, so I didn't say anything. But now you guys have seen it. For mere Ling Shao, you want the Golden Heavenly region to become the enemy of the 9 great forces. No, it might even be the 10 great forces. Ling Shao is still holding the Eternal Emperor's daughter. Do you really think it's worth it? Mobile version update website. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.